What's the first word that pops into your head when you hear the name Kamala Harris?
Liar. It'd be good for us to have a black woman as president for the first time in history.
Yeah.
But my vote's kind of still on Trump.
Ricketa's already won.
From the totally real country of Australia, I bid you all good evening, good morning, or good day, as the case may be, across these many, many time zones. This is the pre-stream. I don't think anybody's watching right now. How are you doing, Tim?
Yeah, it's Sunday.
I've lost everyone.
Oh, Sean's streaming at the moment, and it's about the farms, so they're probably all over there.
No, it is. What about the farms?
Alyssa Mercante's going after the farms or something.
Oh, fucking... Yeah, God. I know she sent a cease and desist to, like, some other YouTuber. Like, it's just what a fucking joke. Like, bitch, you were a sex worker. Fucking deal with it. Like, you get to... like, it doesn't matter if you're selling feet pics. Like, fucking live with it. Anyway, let's jump right in. Apparently the new Prime Minister of Japan is one of you, Tim.
He is.
And
he
Ryan.
is one of us. Yes.
He insists that the plastic figurines and models he adores, and which fill the nooks and crannies of his office, are also instrumental to his diplomacy. He showed a plastic model of the United States P-3 patrol plane when he met a US ambassador and stayed up all night assembling a Russian aircraft carrier when the Russian Minister of Defense visited Japan, according to an interview in 2017. That's pretty fucking based. Like,
that is right.
That is cool. Like,
hang on, what kind of figures does he have? Like, I know he's a cosplayer, but what kind of figures does he have?
Whenever an American ambassador, minister, or fleet commander comes to Japan, I find out what ship he was on and leave that model with him.
Yep.
Then he would say, "That's the ship I was on," and it would make him really happy. He said in a separate interview to the Abema Times. That's awesome.
That's a nice gesture.
That's
here's a plastic.
That's pretty good.
That's pretty good. It could be a lot worse.
Yeah. It could be one of the big booba
yes
anime figurines.
Exactly.
Anyway, since nobody's here, we'll do some Australian news real quick.
Yeah, get it out the fucking way.
Because we know how much everybody loves Australian news.
Yes.
So the RBA overhaul is on life support after the Greens demand rate cuts. So the Treasurer is trying to overhaul the Reserve Bank to basically change the way they make rate cut decisions. Instead of it just being the Reserve Bank board, they want a separate independent board of external economists from many places to make those decisions or to make those recommendations, I guess.
Yeah, he wants more
I think they want the recommendations to be public as well.
Yeah.
It's part of a broad set of reforms of the Reserve Bank to, I guess, get them more under control and make it less black boxy. And of course, the Greens are demanding that there will be no reform until the Reserve Bank cuts interest rates.
I mean,
which is not like you can't just do that. Like you can't just you either want reform or you don't. Like you can't hold a gun to the government and say you must make the Reserve Bank cut interest rates before we'll give you the reform of the Reserve Bank. And I fucking hate the Greens so much. Like they are obstacles to everything except important stuff. Because I watch the because the latest news on the as an aside, the misinformation bill, of course, passed the lower house because it had support of the government.
Of course it did.
No, it has support of the government. So it didn't need the support of anybody else. But
That's right, they have majority.
It's sitting in the Senate. And thankfully the coalition has said, "Oh no, we're not going to support it." So they've said they're not going to support it, which is a surprise. But then again, they see an election on the horizon.
Does Labor not have the Senate?
No, nobody has a majority in the Senate.
I haven't paid attention.
So it's the crossbench and the Greens.
Right, yeah.
So the Labor Party will need the Greens and a few of the crossbench to pass the misinformation bill.
Yep.
Mercifully, I guess. I imagine the Greens will be like, yes, but you have to do something about housing, or they'll attach some retarded demand.
Yep.
That has absolutely nothing to do with it, and they'll capitulate completely because they're cucks. So,
and then we'll go to jail. Yep.
Yep, and then we'll all go to jail. So I thought this was quite interesting. So for years, the Zammit family defied developers, begging them to sell. Now they're surrounded by new neighbours, but the eye-watering price tag on their 5 green acres of paradise prove they're the clever ones. So this is a property in Sydney's northwest.
Hey, Pooks. We have someone.
Hey, Pooks,
finally.
man. How you doing? I hadn't heard Aussie news in weeks. I was starting to doubt if Australia's a real place again. Yes, well.
One day.
I was trying to get it done before everybody showed up.
Yeah. Oh.
So that the replay crew can just fast forward through it.
This sounds like a modern day version of the castle.
Kind of. There's a name for it. It's Hey RC, how you doing, man?
What's up?
Hello.
It's like nail houses. Yes, it's a nail house. They're those houses in China, where you see a road built completely around them, or like where the government just can't be bothered fighting with someone, and they just build the road through their house and just have make life untenable for them. But this is basically what it is. So this is their 5-acre property in the in the ponds, which is a sort of a upper crusty area of northwestern Sydney. Northwestern Sydney is the it's not the inner west. Inner west and eastern suburbs are the ritzy, expensive parts.
Yep.
North Shore is very expensive. Northwest, so Western Sydney gets, further west you go, the cheaper it gets. Northwest is in the middle. It's sort of expensive McMansions and semi-affordable. Well, I guess they're not semi-affordable anymore, but places like these little ticky-tacky boxes with all the same roofs built by the same developer en masse.
Western Sydney's
in a development, like it's they're all kid homes constructed as fast as possible.
It's where all the Centrelink and the houses are, isn't it? In Western Sydney?
No, Western Sydney, yeah. So far Western Sydney, so like Penrith, Mount Druitt, those places, like way out, like the places you go just before you hit the Blue Mountains.
Right.
That's where the dirty paws are. As Costy would say, But yeah, this is a more highfalutin area.
Right. So it's gotcha. Yeah, I'm just trying to look at the map. I getcha. Yep.
Yeah, but they've already turned down offers as high as $40 million for their what is it, 5-6 acres? Yeah, I think it's 5 acres. But yeah, the block is 200 meters long, and it's
they just built the road around it. Yeah.
Well, they did. They built the entire development just around it. So, any sale would be to subdivide. Any sale would subdivide.
When they get it, they can actually, connect the roads together.
Yeah, these roads would be connected through, and every one of these roads would just be connected through, and it'd be what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So five lots across, probably by 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 lots. So, fucking 450 houses. Sorry, 45 houses.
Yeah.
450. Math hard.
Pack them in.
So yeah, but if they're rejecting offers of $40 million, then yeah, it's this is good. This is what it was before. So their house has just been there. the entire time. So other homes in the development are selling for $1.5 million. So if they partnered with a developer, they would make a fucking mozza. So,
True.
but yeah,
By the stage,
the land is probably worth around $60 million if it was developed now. Said one local property analyst who estimated 40 new homes could fit the block. Even if someone paid them $40 million for it, the developer stands to make at least $20 million. So. Shame on municipalities for allowing such ridiculous zoning. Well, that's the problem. It used to be like acreage, like it used to just be farms and that. Like my zoning supports multi-dwelling. The NIMBY stuff is retarded, but this isn't a case of NIMBYism. This is a case of these people didn't want to sell.
Yeah,
and they don't have to.
Told developers to fuck off.
The developers are private, so they have no way to use eminent domain. So they just have to fucking deal with it. So fuck them. Nobody likes developers here. Like, developers carry a lot of power. In New South Wales, they used to donate a shitload of money to political campaigns until they started handing brown paper bags of money and ended up getting banned from being able to donate at all. They used to get onto the local councils, like get seats on the council, or even become mayors, and then rig the planning decisions, because planning's done at the council level. So all building approvals are done at council levels. So they'd infiltrate the councils and just approve their own constructions, to the point where if you're a property developer, you're not actually allowed to run for council in New South Wales. Like, it's forbidden. God. And the courts have upheld it. But yes, government has set crosshairs on billionaire political donors, including teal backers. Senator Don Farrell has confirmed the government's electoral reform proposal will seek to limit individual political donations and campaign spending. Senator Farrell said he wanted cross-parliamentary consensus on the plan, but comments critical of teal independence are likely to reinforce the perception the government plans a stitch-up between the major parties. So yeah, the problem is there's not really any funding limits from individuals. So if you have a very large, speaking of Clive Palmer, a very large person with a very large wallet who wants to bankroll a campaign, they can do exactly that. There's no individual limitations. So it's disclosed. We know about it, but yeah. So yeah, that's the Australian news for this week. So you're welcome. Let's talk about some election news, shall we? It seems that the dogs and cats being eaten has infected the 3-year-olds. For those who may not remember,
they're eating the dogs. They're eating the cats. They're eating the pets.
Eat the dog. You eating the cat. You eating the cat. Eat the dog. You eating the cat. Eat the dog. Eating the cat. You eating the cat. Eat the dog.
Oh, I got the rhythm. Yeah.
Where did you hear that? That's what I see.
From mommy's phone.
I know, but where did you hear that on the TV? Or mommy's phone? Where did you hear that?
I called it.
I'm listening this song on this.
So yes, the kids are revolting. Looks like Trump's won the children. If you missed the intro, I'll replay the kids say the darndest thing segment.
What's the first word that pops into your head when you hear the name Kamala Harris?
Liar. It'd be good for us to have a black woman as president for the first time in history.
Yeah.
But my vote's kind of still on Trump.
I think I have a new favorite one of those now. Like I saw the clip and just thought, wow. Like that kid's like 10 or 11 years old, both of them. And
Yeah.
like, what's the first thing you hear, like you think of when you hear Kamala Harris? Liar. Like straight up. No fucking, it's like liar.
I'm surprised he didn't say nit.
No, I don't think his parents are that bad. Yes. So Yash Ali said, updated Fox News poll of Arizona Senate race shows Ruben Gallo up 13% over Kari Lake. So he's polling 55 to Kari's 42. Yes, cackling is another one that that should apply. But yeah, when it comes to woman voters, Gallego has a 23-point advantage over Lake, and he has 6 in 10 independents and nearly 2 in 10 Republicans.
Oh my God.
Like, why did you fucking nominate this fucking woman again? Like, yeah, she came close, but Jesus Christ. Yeah. After she loses this race, does she run for president next? Like, I can't think of... Actually, no, I was about to say, I can't think of anybody who gets... Like, who has such a... Like, gets absolutely thumped in a... I guess it wasn't thumped. Like, she did lose to the the one who works for the cartels.
That's handy.
Yeah, like, and look, there was some chicanery going on during that camp, like during the she's running for Senate in Arizona. So she's running for Kristen Sinema's seat in the Senate. Kristen Sinema is stepping down at the end of her term. So yeah, that's probably going to be a seat that goes back to the fucking Democrats. So thanks to Kari Lake. There was actually another nominee in the primary who was a sheriff. Man's man probably would have picked up a lot. Like, probably would have done better. Didn't carry the baggage that Kari Lake has. You remember she pissed off all the McCain Republicans. Like they're never gonna vote for her. Like she trashed them last time. People have long memories on this shit. Like she's not a good campaigner. I know. Like I said in the Discord. Like I know we liked her when she first ran, but she made so many fucking mistakes that she is just. She's
basically toxic.
There. Yeah,
Yeah,
she's
poison,
toxic in Arizona. Like she's going to
Like, she's fine.
Well, that's the thing. She's going to cost them a Senate seat, and also
And
she may
potentially
cost
the
them
state.
fucking Arizona.
Yeah, which
Like,
hopefully he doesn't need it. But if he does, oh God.
If Republicans look at their ballot and go, I can't vote for Kari Lake, but I'm going to vote for Donald Trump, who endorsed her.
I know.
Like, I can't. Like, can you imagine if it comes down to fucking Arizona and Kari Lake is the reason that Trump lost? Oh, Jesus fucking Christ. Anyway, Janet Jackson is getting slammed for ignorant and disappointing comments on Kamala's race. Apparently, she's being interviewed by The Guardian, and she was asked about the upcoming election. And the interviewer noted that America could be on the verge of voting in its first black female president. To which Janet Jackson replied, well, you know what they supposedly said? She's not black. That's what I heard. She's Indian.
She ain't.
When the interviewer responded that Kamala is both, Janet incorrectly said her father's white. That's not true. That's what I was told. I mean, I haven't watched the news in a few days. I was told that they discovered her father was white.
At least half white.
After repeating, he's half white, is he?
Yeah, well, yeah, her father is half white.
Hey, Tombolo, how you doing, man? Yes, she had. Well, she's old now. Like, come on.
Oh yeah, remember Michael?
She's aged better than Kamala.
Michael would be nearly 70 if he was still alive.
Yeah. After repeating that Kamala is of dual heritage, the interviewer asked Janet whether she thinks America's prepared to see her in office. I don't know, she said whisperingly. Honestly, I don't want to answer that because I really, truthfully don't know. I think either way it goes, it's going to be mayhem. Agreed. So she released an apology but she didn't. There was an apology released purported to be from Janet Jackson. It was from her publicist, and it was an unauthorized apology, and she fired the guy who did it.
Oh no!
So it was the singer's. So the guy claimed to be the singer's manager, and he said Janet Jackson would like to clarify her recent comments. She recognizes that her statements regarding Vice President Kamala Harris's racial identity were based on misinformation. Janet respects Harris's dual heritage as both black and Indian, and apologizes for any confusion caused.
She's like,
she values
no,
the diversity Harris represents and understands the importance of celebrating that in today's society. Janet remains committed to promoting unity and understanding. However, the singer's been managed by her brother Randy for many years. The siblings are said to be mourning their older brother Tito, who died last Sunday. So yes, she walked it, but she's like, "No, this wasn't for me. I don't even know who the fuck this person is."
Hell no.
Yeah, fuck Kamala. Her father's white. Apparently, that was the response. So I guess we know who Janet Jackson's voting for. RFK Jr. But yes, Primanti brothers refused to let JD Vance into their restaurant full of customers waiting to greet him. They all paid for their drinks, cancelled their food orders, and left after hearing the VP candidate was not welcome. Here was his response. So let's.
We paid for everybody's food. We gave him a nice tip, and of course, when I gave him a nice tip, I said, "No taxes on tip." It's all right. Don't hold it against her. She just got a little nervous, but it's a great local business. Let's keep on supporting it, and most importantly, November 5th or before, go vote. Let's go win this thing.
So yeah, apparently it's a restaurant owned by like a hedge fund. No, not a hedge fund. Sorry, it's a private equity. But yes, Primanti's pride. This is their statement. Primanti's prides itself on being a staple of the Pittsburgh community and a proud American business that has hosted sitting presidents, politicians, and political candidates from across the spectrum for over 90 years. Our doors are open for all patrons who wish to dine with us. Without any advance notice, today's campaign stop caused some momentary confusion for our staff. However, Senator Vance and his team were welcomed into the restaurant shortly after and engaged with our guests inside and on the property. Senator Vance supportive comments that our manager got a little nervous, given the Secret Service, police, and crowd accurately reflected the nature of what occurred. We're glad it was resolved quickly. Sam
By everyone leaving.
While Senator Vance was extremely gracious today about being denied entry to Primanti's today, this statement is not accurate. Senator Vance was denied entry, and he and his team were not welcomed into the restaurant after the initial confusion. Perhaps Primanti's isn't being told the truth by the manager, who threatened to call the police if he entered. Senator Vance spoke. Look, at that point, if you're rocked up with Secret Service and they threaten to call the police, you point to these guys and say, "I brought them with me. I brought them with me. These guys are federal agents." Senator Vance spoke with and took photos with patrons outside of the parking lot, but there was no interaction inside other than him going in to pay for everyone's food. I wouldn't otherwise comment further, but this false statement requires correcting. I was told staff had contacted the restaurant prior. As a matter of fact, a sandwich was ordered for the senator, which was sitting at a seat for him prior to the motorcade's arrival. I want to know what kind of sandwich.
Ooh.
Was it a Reuben? The best sandwich, arguably.
Maybe.
Two independent sources have corroborated. Let me start again. Two independent sources have provided corroborating reporting to our team, stating 9 surface-to-air missiles have entered the United States through a New Mexico border point of entry. The intended recipient of these weapons are 3 teams operating within the US whose intent is to target President Trump's airplane. As Doc stated, the appropriate authorities have been notified. I'm posting this in conjunction with Doc Pete Chambers' post since he's gone public with the information.
What?
Yeah. Apparently these are journalists. I don't know. But yeah, maybe, potentially. So potentially there are some Iranian teams looking to take out Trump in the US, and now they have surface-to-air missiles. Maybe.
In America.
In America, yes. It's all right, I'm sure.
Surface-to-air missiles through the border.
Well,
my God, that border's...
they're not that hard. I mean, you see the number of people who come across. So If you go through the Iranian, yes, well, no, trust, it's Iranian. It'll be the Iranians. They've had a hard on for Trump ever since he killed Soleimani. Benny Johnson says, after taking multiple questions from the press, President Trump stops to answer one last question on the Ukraine war. Let's see what he says.
That Ukraine should turn over some of its own land to Russia in order to end the war?
We'll see what happens.
What's your message to the
We'll see what
tomorrow?
happens. Let's get some peace. We need peace. We need to stop the death and destruction. Don't you think? Wouldn't that be nice? Huh? Do you have a
That Ukraine
Wouldn't it be nice? It'd be great if there was a peace. There's a peace. So yes, Donald Trump, he met with Zelensky the next day. Let's see how that went.
Our soldiers, our people, of course, it will bring us closer to the peace. We need just peace. We need just peace. It's so important to have just peace for the people, especially for the families who lost their children. It's a big tragedy.
President Trump, have you changed
Very
your
big
thoughts
tragedy.
on how this war should end, what you think should be done, or do you still stand by some of the previous...
Well, I learned a lot, but I think I haven't changed from the standpoint that we both want to see this end, and we both want to see a fair deal made, and it's got to be fair, and I think that'll happen at the right time. I think it's going to happen. The president wants it to end, and he wants it to end as quickly as possible. He wants a fair transaction to take place, and I think right now I'm campaigning, so right now I don't have much to do with it other than we're doing very well in terms of the campaign, and I've been saying that I believe if I win, we're going to have a very fair and I think actually rather rapid deal. It should stop, and the president wants it to stop, and I'm sure President Putin wants it to stop. And that's a good combination. So we want to have a fair deal for everybody.
What do you envision as fair?
Well, it's too early to say that. I mean, I have my own ideas, and I'm sure the president definitely has his own ideas, but it has to be fair.
This war shouldn't be started, and I think that the problem that Putin killed so many people, and of course we need to do everything to pressure him to stop this war, and he's on our territory. That is the most important to understand. He's on our territory, and how to stop the war, to pressure him as we can, as we can. We have to do it.
And do you think the U.S. is the best?
The U.S. is the leader. U.S. is the leader of support. U.S. is the leader in the world, and of course we value the support of the United States. We're thankful to the United States, the people of America, and of course we understand that United States can be the leader through any negotiation. You know that we have the peace summit, and we want to organize the second one, and we count on this.
I know you're both in a rush. Last question. Will there be another meeting in the near future between you?
Could very well happen, but I think the president said it the best. This is a war that should have never happened. It should have never happened, and it wouldn't have happened. It's a shame, but this is a war that should have never happened, and we'll get it solved. It's a complicated puzzle, very complicated puzzle, but we'll get it solved, and people get on with their lives. Too many people dead. Too many beautiful cities. I've seen those cities. They're so beautiful, and they, I don't know how you can ever rebuild them the way they were. It's not possible.
You have to come, by the way, to see our city.
I will. It's a beautiful country, beautiful weather, beautiful everything. But we have to get this over with. Yeah. But it's a war, and the president agrees. This is a war that should have never happened. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much.
To be fair, Dr. Perks, Trump is 6'3". Everybody looks like a manlet next to him.
That's true.
Except for maybe Tim and I. Trump showed Zelensky a picture of his house.
No wonder he
so
looks so
I showed
defeated.
Abdul a picture of his house, and he said, "Mr. President, why did you show me a picture of my house?" And I said, "Figure it out." Breaking, the FCC is being probed after fast-tracking George Soros' purchase of 220 radio stations before the November election. Are these the Spanish ones? I know Soros bought a whole bunch of Spanish language radio stations earlier in the year.
Here, they're trying to do something that's never been done before at the commission level.
Yeah, I must say, Commissioner, I am extremely alarmed at what's happening with this transaction. This is very unprecedented. Looking at the facts, it seems that the administration is giving a left-wing billionaire who is a major donor, a close ally, one of the chief funders of all of their efforts in their dark money, a free pass to take control of hundreds of local radio stations, flooding the airwaves with leftist propaganda, and I think it's blatant.
Here, they're trying.
Yeah.
Well, that doesn't really explain anything.
Not really, but I'm mad now.
I'm annoyed because, even when Soros eventually does die, when his pact with the devil expires, his son's is exactly the same. We'd have another fucking 60 years of this bullshit. So JFK Jr. dies in a mysterious plane crash. Why can't that happen to the right people? Trump just confirmed that Elon Musk will be his cost cutter.
And I'm going to let Elon do it unless you people disagree.
Yes, Soros is buying radio stations. Let me pull up the story. Soros radio stations, Hispanic. So there it is from April. George Soros. So that is the radio stations he's talking about. So he was George Soros fund that buys $400 million stake in 227 radio stations going into the 2024 election. I think most of them or a lot of them are Spanish language radio stations. They're meant to target Hispanics. Because again, Hispanics are starting to vote for Republicans because they don't want illegal immigration. So you need to convince Hispanics that illegal immigration is a good thing. So, but yeah, it's part of a bankruptcy plan. So he's buying Audacity, is it? He bought a stake in Vice Media Group.
Not surprising.
And it's now worth basically nothing. Audacity, the number 2 radio broadcaster behind iHeartMedia, recently filed for bankruptcy. So this is back in April. The company owns 227 major radio stations across 27 states and 45 cities across the US. These include some of the biggest channels: New York, Memphis, Chattanooga, Tennessee, Denver, DC, Miami, Orlando, Florida, Atlanta, Baltimore, Maryland, Wichita, Austin, Dallas, Houston, Richmond, and many major cities across California, as well as several other prominent markets across the US. Convert debt purchases into equity ownership, which saw Soros purchase roughly 40%. So while it isn't a true 51% controlling stake, it's likely to be the largest, if not the largest stake. The company potentially giving the Soros fund effective control of Audacity.
Yeah, enough to sway.
Odyssey, sorry, not Audacity.
I was going to say that's the software.
Yeah. But yeah.
I'm going to get Elon, and he's.
Well, he dodges it because he's not a foreigner. I think he's got American citizenship. So.
He's rich enough to
says
buy
these
one.
companies need to be allowed to go broke to free up the airwave licenses of new media players. Yeah. Look, all that would happen is iHeartRadio would gobble them up.
Yeah, another company would gobble them up.
It'll be iHeartRadio or whoever owns TuneIn. It's basically Odyssey's the number 2, so there's really no one else.
He's great at this. He's going to be our cost cutter. I think he could save trillions, right?
I'm going to bring him in. He's going to be part of the Razor Gang.
He wants to do it so badly. I don't think I can get him full time because he's a little bit busy sending rockets up and all the things he does. But he's so much into that. He said the waste in this country is crazy, and we're going to get Elon Musk to be our cost cutter. He's going to do it for zero. He doesn't want anything, but he wants to see this country be great, and he'll do it. And having his endorsement is a great endorsement. We have some really great endorsements, I will tell you that. But we'll get him involved, and mostly on that side of it, and it's going to be incredible what he'll be able to do without hurting anybody. Just waste. It's waste, fraud, and abuse. Do you ever hear the expression waste, fraud, and abuse? You get rid of that, everybody lives much better. We have a country that's really strong again.
Super strong. It's a strong country. It's a country full of MK-47s.
Mm-hmm.
For those of you who may not get the reference.
Venezuelan killers, street gangs, occupying the town with MK-47s. I know that gun very well. I got to know it very well. I've become an expert on guns.
I've become an expert on guns.
Yeah, he's a real expert.
I'm a big fan. I love the MK-47.
There's your Democrat ad right there. Trump
It's a special Mar-a-Lago one. Mar-a-Lago Kalashnikov 47.
There's the clip though. There's your Democrat ad right there. Trump wants.
But
Trump,
we
Trump
know
wants,
Democrats.
Trump wants
that is not going to be a Democrat ad
Trump,
for anyone.
no,
No.
but Trump doesn't know the difference. Trump doesn't know what an AK-47
Do you think the Democrats know the difference as well?
Yeah,
No,
there's
but
gonna
they
be,
don't have to.
There
They
would
don't have to.
There would be counter ads like you wouldn't
They-
believe,
they-
like you
they
wouldn't
don't have-
believe.
They don't have to know it. They just have to. They just
No.
put it out there. Trump
Don't go
doesn't
down
know-
this route.
Trump
We can just
doesn't know
smash
what-
you as hard as
Trump
they're
doesn't
going
know
to
what an
try with that one.
AK-47 is, and he wants your kids to have one. That's the spin.
No,
There
he
you go.
wants them to have an MK-47. It's a special
MK.
one. It's a special one that can't murder
It's for
kids.
civilians.
Doesn't work when you point it at kids. I want all the kids to have an MK-47 so that when the shooter comes to school, they can just bang, 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 shoot him dead. I found this very fucking interesting, and if I can wrangle it when we do our election coverage, I'll try and have it as one of the streams we watch. But apparently, Prime Video is going to do election coverage. That's going to be anchored by
What?
Brian Williams.
The guy who lied about being somewhere, Mr. Brian.
Yeah, I think he did like the Clinton thing of like flying in under fire.
That's right. Yeah.
That was Brian Williams. So I thought Brian Williams was a good newsreader. I mean, these guys are just newsreaders. Like Lester Holt's not a journalist. He's just a newsreader. Like, it's a friendly face you're meant to trust. Does their voice carry gravitas? Like
Brian Williams was a correspondent before he became an anchor, though.
Yeah, but that's not a thing. That's not a journalist either. That's some guy who just says, "I'm here in shithole country."
It's true.
Shit's exploding. Back to you, Kathy. Anyway, Donald Trump says he doesn't see himself running in 2028 if he loses in November. Bullshit. Amazon will call the election for Kamala 10 minutes into the broadcast. Tumblr says Trump is coming for you, MK-47s. Yeah. He can have them. He can take all the MK-47s he wants. That's his plan. He's not going to take your AR-15s. He's going to take your MK-47s instead.
And then he's going to declare he's captured and destroyed all the MK-47s.
So this guy says, this is one of my favorite political ads that comes from this cycle. Han Cow is running for a phenomenal campaign for Virginia's U.S. Senate. If Trump wins the state, Cow will win the Senate race as well. I wholeheartedly agree that this ad is fucking awesome.
This is the scariest sound you will hear when you live in a communist country. This is the last sound my parents heard when their fathers were taken away in the middle of the night, and they never saw their loved ones again. That's the sound of losing your freedom, the sound of always living in fear. That's my family's real life story. We escaped from Vietnam just days before Saigon fell to the communists. We were given a new life in the most generous country on earth. America saved my life. I graduated from the United States Naval Academy. I earned a master's in physics and fellowships at MIT and Harvard before the left replaced merit with racial quotas. I spent my life trying to repay my debt to America, my country. our country, with 25 years of service in Navy Special Operations, combat in Iraq, Afghanistan, and Somalia. But now our country has taken a dark turn. That's Joe Biden's Justice Department sending 2 dozen armed agents to arrest a pro-life activist in front of his family. That's Joe Biden's IRS raiding a gun shop and seizing thousands of records from law-abiding gun owners. Our names, our addresses, our social security numbers. That's Joe Biden arresting his challenger in the next election, a former president of the United States. And now a different sound. That's the sound of someone breaking into your home or business. The sound of crime destroying our cities and communities. That's how it all starts. They let criminals back on our streets. Millions of illegal immigrants pour across our border each year, including military-aged men from all over the world. And enough fentanyl to kill every man, woman, and child in this country. And the Biden family? Well, that's how it works in a dictatorship. The rules don't apply to the rulers. We are losing our country. You know it, but you also know you can't say it. We're forced to say that wrong is right. We're forced to lie. We can't let that happen. I've been all over the world. Believe me when I tell you, if America fails, there's nowhere else to go. I'm Hung Kao, retired Navy captain, running for United States Senate. I still believe America can be the land of opportunity. I have an obligation to fight back against those who want to control our lives and disrupt our families. We need real fighters, not politicians, not bureaucrats, not keyboard warriors acting tough in a custom-made suit. No, not here in America. We must refuse to be intimidated. We must be fearless. I'm Hung Kao. I'm running for Senate, and I approve this message because I'm not done fighting for us.
Like, that's a fucking great ad. Like, yes, long ad. But yes, based ad. Like, that's... And look, that's... This is the American dream. Like, you come to America legally, and then you make it your home. Hung Kao. So, and then you run for office to make it even better. All right. So, if you're watching this on the replay, this may end up getting muted out, but go and look it up. Prepare to cringe. Chat warning, cringe ahead.
Oh shit! It's Fran. I didn't recognize.
Yes, it's Fran. Yes,
until you zoomed in, and I saw. Yeah, I was thinking.
And I just want to say, for those of you who think this is a parody, it is not. This is deadly serious.
This is her own TikTok.
This gives me huge 2016 vibes of the level of cringe. So
I'm Fran Drescher, and I approve this message.
She was working at the White House, what a cool VP. And then Biden stopped his campaign saying, no, not me. What were we to do? Where were we to go? We were out on our fanny. Then suddenly Joe said Kamala's the one to run. She raised millions and endorsements came from everyone. She's got brains, she's got balls, and some walls. She'll soon be President Harris.
She was what?
Ooh, the guess that a girl who turned black. We find a way to bring her
Turn black.
Now the campaign is really bitching.
Watch out, DT.
And Republicans say they're switching.
Come stay in pain.
That the lady who laughs is now the one to save democracy. The girl who just fell out of a coconut tree.
What the fuck?
yes, Costi says it's over for Trump. Yes, that's it. He can't. That's right. He can't compete. Game over. Pack it up. Pack it up. He's gone.
Fuck.
I had some alternative lyrics.
Look, at least she didn't sing it. Like,
she was there. She was black and a chick. That's how she became the VP. So yes, that was 100% legitimate. That was sung by the woman who wrote the original fucking song. Copenhagen says turned black. Yeah. The turn black was in quotes. It was meant to be It's meant to be an attack on like the Trump thing about how she turned black. I don't know, like I thought she was Indian, Asian, or whatever. So yes,
Yeah, I don't think the general public's going to catch that. They're just thinking, wait, she turned black? What does that mean?
Legit, there were people who weren't sure if this was meant to be a parody or what. Like,
I mean, Trump
I saw
campaign
so
will
many
just
people
take
who
it.
were like, "Hang on, is this against Kamala or what?" Like they didn't understand the coconut tree thing. Like people, like we understand these references because we literally look at this stuff every
racist.
fucking week, and we're racist. Yes. No. But like we understand this stuff, we get the references, but some of this stuff's so fucking obscure. Like people aren't paying attention to this shit. Like if this comes across their feed, they're gonna be like, "I don't. What's this coconut tree shit?" That's why people will like, "Hang
the
on."
golden rule applies. The left can't meme.
Yes, it continues. The left can't meme.
Yep.
Like fucking hell. It's just it's hilarious. Anyway, Trump assassination suspect wrote chilling letter months before golf course plot. No, still not sure what his motives were, or whether he even wanted to kill Trump. Who knows? Do they actually have the letter? Oh god damn it!
Oh, they actually got the proper picture of the gun.
Yeah, the shitty little SKS.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's above a SKS, but yeah.
That's a well-mounted scope there. You can see he's used what looks like either duct tape or a combination of duct tape and or electrical tape, and I think zip ties.
He's been playing a bit too much Fallout.
Has it been zeroed?
Probably not.
It's not zeroed.
Yes, Krusty, that's an MK-74. MK-47, yes.
And not AK.
They tried to kill me with an MK-47. I understand now why it was described as an AK-47 style rifle, because with the big banana clip.
That's all it is.
I can totally understand a layperson looking at this and going, "That's an AK." Well, but
from a distance,
you AK clip. Sorry, AK-47.
Yeah, it's the banana clip.
They otherwise look nothing alike. It's more close.
And
to
if you're a layman, the barrel does look like an AK.
They don't look like an AK. No,
they do.
So
from the barrel
it's a
forward,
long
it is
stroke.
an AK.
Yeah, it's a long stroke.
From here, it's just like the nose is an AK. Like
looking at I'm looking at the lower receiver and the stock. Like,
well, there's no.
Yeah, they don't care about
AK's
that.
got a pistol grip, so this doesn't. It's got a rifle. This has got a rifle grip.
The lower of that rifle is totally different to most AKs, but like from the barrel, I can see. Like,
yeah.
But
if you put the magazine in it and you don't if you don't know what you're looking at, you're like, I've seen AK-47.
Let's go back to the picture
before.
that they gave us
It's
originally.
the magazine. The magazine is the giveaway. That's what they call it. The AK.
Yeah, the original picture, I have no fucking idea. Like, I was like, what the fuck
Yeah, the
even is
original
that?
picture was like, what the fuck is that?
What's that blur on the ground?
An AK, but it could have been a knockoff. But yeah,
it's like whoever took the photo has like a Nokia 3210.
Yeah, it was just
and also
Which I don't
gave
even
it to the
had a
press
camera.
printed, and then the press had to use that as
someone printed it out on a fucking inkjet and was.
Oh my
took a
god!
photo
It was
of the
just like,
fucking
what
inkjet
the?
ring out.
Yeah, exactly, Pooks. You don't put scopes on AKs if you really know what you're doing. The cool kids don't use scoped AKs.
Well, there's no point.
There's no point.
Like the range
doesn't reach out that far.
Like 800 yards. Like, what are you going to do?
AK.
You don't need a scope for that.
AK's effective
You
at
need
about 800 yards.
Yeah.
Because it's a full powered rifle.
You're not going to be able to see anything to 800 yards.
No,
it'll probably still kill you.
7.62 is an intermediate still, but it still goes out to what? It's more than like.
So he wrote a book. So in the book, Routh stated that he must take part of the blame for the person we elected for our next president that ended up being brainless, but I'm man enough to say that I misjudged and made a terrible mistake. And Iran, I apologize. You are free to assassinate Trump as well as me for that error in judgment and the dismantling of the deal. Okay. So he's been federally charged with possessing a gun. And so the federal charge is possession of a firearm and scratching out the number, like the serial. So it's just illegal. It's just a gun felony. So the weapon had a round in the chamber is loaded with 11 rounds. That's a big fucking clip.
Yeah, it's probably a modified
11
magazine.
rounds. Like
right next to it's the bullet.
Yeah, it'd be a modified magazine. You change the spring and the floor plate, and you block it off so you can't carry more than 10. They do that with full size magazines for blocks and stuff.
That's fucking stupid.
Yeah,
American gun. Some American gun laws are retarded.
Because it's retarded. Sorry.
Son of Ryan Ralph
in Florida,
accused in Trump assassination attempt, arrested for child porn.
Whoa!
How pissed would you be? Your dad assassinates the president, and then suddenly you're arrested for child porn because they went and confiscated all the electronics, and they're like, you're like, oh no, I knew I should have deleted that stuff. Son of Ryan Ralph, the man arrested in connection with the second apparent assassination attempt of former President Donald Trump, has been taken into custody on federal charges of possessing child pornography. Investigators say they discovered hundreds of files with child pornography during a search of Orrin Ralph's residence in Guilford County, North Carolina on Saturday. Conducted, quote, in connection with an investigation unrelated to child exploitation. So yes, plain view. We were searching this computer for other stuff, and we found child porn. Investigators said pornography was found on a Samsung Galaxy Note device taken located inside Orrin Ralph's primary bedroom in the residence, as well as another Galaxy Note device in Ralph's possession. So he's got them everywhere. A review of the SD card located in device 1 revealed that it contained hundreds of child pornography files. These files included videos from a known child pornography series created outside the state of North Carolina. Off to fucking prison with you. What a lovely family. Yep. What a fantastic family.
Oh, boy. Yeah.
Donald Trump, 78, hurls worst slur yet at Kamala Harris as November election approaches. What could he have possibly said? What horrible slur? What horrible slur did he call Kamala? Like, oh my God, let's watch.
I know what it was.
I hope he didn't call her the N-word.
Joe Biden became mentally impaired. Kamala was born that way. She was born that way.
True.
And if you think about it,
she got called retarded.
Disabled person could have allowed this to happen to our country. Anybody would know this. Joe Biden.
He said disabled person. What do you want from him? I do want to point out that the person who was the disabled person successfully baited him a number of times during a debate. So
yeah,
but yes, he called her a retard. He did not so many words. So Kamala is mentally impaired. If a Republican did what she did, that Republican would be impeached and removed from office, and rightly so for high crimes and misdemeanors.
Yeah, he's just begging to get impeached again.
He called her a retard.
Yeah.
Gotta love it.
Meanwhile, Trump's at the grocery store handing out hundos.
Bribes.
Here, it's going to go down a little bit. It just went down $100. We'll do that for you from the White House, all right?
Thank you.
All right, bye. Nice seeing you, everybody. Beautiful. They're your kids?
Yeah, they are. 3 boys.
Perfecto. Perfecto. 3 for 3. Bye, everybody.
Nobody can I know people hate Trump. Nobody here.
But how can you hate him?
How can you hate this guy?
The only way you can hate him is you've never
I can understand not liking JD
him.
Vance. That guy's got the charisma of a fucking Indian rug. But Trump is just charisma. That's it. It's charisma in a suit and a red tie.
Yeah, this is what the guy was doing before 2015. Again, the last decade has been
Trump has always been a huge tipper.
Yes.
He's always been fucking very polite to to like service staff. Like he's like, yeah. So,
but you know,
I will always bring up. He was talking to an interviewer one time. I'll have to fucking dig up the interview.
Yeah.
But he was talking to an interviewer one time about how, he didn't see why billionaires like him, when they go to restaurants, the restaurants comp him. The restaurants are like, no, you don't have to pay Mr. Trump. And he's like, that's ridiculous. If anybody's going to pay, I'm going to pay because I can afford to pay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, say, like, I don't need your charity. Like, he's like ridiculous. Like, and
here's the bill, and here's the
he
bill
didn't
for
understand
everyone
that.
else.
Like,
yeah,
like he understood it, but he didn't like it.
No.
Right.
He's also, you know,
like
it's all the other things.
That to me says a lot about a person. Because I can't remember who said it first. Someone said, like, but essentially you can tell a lot about a person about how they treat people who are below them.
Tom Hardy, I think it was said that.
I think it predates.
It's like
Tom
a lot
Hardy.
of people.
A lot of people have said it,
Tom,
but it goes back a way. But it's essentially that you can tell a lot about a person, not by how they treat their betters, or not by how they treat their equals, but by how they treat those who are seen as below them.
Yeah.
So because it's easy to treat your betters with the utmost respect, and treat your equals with respect too, but to treat those below you as a lot of people will treat those below they see as below them as lesser.
Yeah.
And Trump doesn't do that.
No.
Trump will happily treat his betters, or people who see themselves as his betters, like shit. So,
because they know their place.
It's also used as dating advice. Yes, absolutely. Very wise advice. Haitian non-profit files criminal charges against Donald Trump, J.D. Vance, over Springfield statements.
Oh no.
The leader of a non-profit Haitian Bridge Alliance. Geez, I wonder what they do. I'm pretty sure it's not building literal bridges. I'm pretty sure it's doing what bridges do, which bring people from one side of something to another.
I thought you were going to say collapse.
No, it'll be an organization that bridges the gap between Haiti and the US.
Yeah.
To help Haitians move to the US and accommodate them, because all these fucking non-profit groups that suddenly that are suspiciously well funded and encourage immigration from overseas, illegal immigration, and then when they're in the country, they provide lawyers and legal representation. It's very strange. The Chandra law firm says the non-profit used a state statute allowing private citizens to file an affidavit charging the offence committed. The following charges were filed: disrupting public service caused by a widespread bomb and other threats. See, this is the thing. Republicans need to fucking learn how to use these laws. Learn how to use these laws. Go to file these charges against the operators of these companies. Public nuisance, disrupting public services. By bringing these people in, you are disrupting public services. You're doing this, you're doing that. Use the fucking laws that they know how to use against you, against them. Disrupting public service, making false alarms, committing telecommunications harassment. This is all fucking retarded shit. Violating the prohibition against complicity. By conspiring with one another to spread vicious lies that cause innocent parties to be parties to their various crimes. Dude, this is fucking tailor-made for what the shit they do. Absolutely tailor-made. You can literally follow a no-you suit. That should be a concept in
counter-sue.
No you should be a common law thing. What's the Latin term for no you? And then that should be a Tim Walsh had something to say.
We can't afford 4 more years of this. We can't
no shit. Their instinct to run away from Biden is just really? You're running against your own record, you fucking idiots.
You're technically the incumbents.
But the irony is they try to have it both ways. They literally run on like, oh, Biden's accomplishments. It's like, bro, you can't do both. Shots fired into Kamala Harris's Arizona campaign office. Cops investigating. Raises concerns.
No, it doesn't.
It was probably fucking gangbangers at this point.
Yeah.
Damage from several bullets fired sometime after midnight were discovered at the Democratic National Committee campaign office. Detectives are analysing the evidence collected at the scene. So, yeah. This happens every election. There's always some fucking retard who gets into a gunfight in front of a campaign office.
The shots appear to have been fired from a BB gun or a pellet gun. Caption of the image.
The shots appear to be fired, but oh my god, really?
Oh my god. Babies. So it was just kids.
What kind of fuck? That looks like a regular bullet
Or
hole.
a pellet gun, maybe like an air rifle or something. Slug gun. Just after midnight, step 6. The windows for a shot with what appears to be a BB gun or a pellet gun. Maybe just to send a message. Or maybe it was just kids and gangbangers. Who knows?
Yeah.
It is DC. So. Isn't it? It's in DC?
No, this is in Arizona.
Oh, sorry. No. Different place.
Anyway. Chelsea W. Cook says, every day Alex Thompson patiently explains that Harris is an empty shell. The pattern is remarkable. So, new, since she ran for DA in 2003, Harris has been an outspoken opponent of the death penalty. We asked if she's still opposed and would push for to execute legislation or an executive order to ban it. The campaign didn't respond, me on Harris's latest policy dodge. Harris' campaign is declining to say whether she still supports decriminalising sex work, a position she took in 2019. Asked if she was available for a brief interview on the topic, the campaign didn't respond. In 2019, Harris pledged a series of executive actions to unilaterally give 2 million Dreamers a path to citizenship through parole in place. We asked if she still supported those actions. Her campaign declined to say either way. Axios asked Harris' campaign whether she was available for a 5 to 10 minute interview to discuss her positions on immigration. A campaign spokesperson declined. In 2019, Harris pledged as president to eliminate Senate filibuster rules to pass a multi-trillion-dollar Green New Deal. Now Harris' campaign declined to say if she would push for such a reform as president. I asked if Harris supported more filibuster carve-outs, given the admin has supported one for voting rights. The campaign didn't respond. I asked if Harris had time for a brief interview about her position on the filibuster and the Green New Deal. They didn't respond. Sad face. Like the media is like, some sections of the media are really starting to get fucking fed up with Harris just playing dodgeball with them. Like, and she can't give interviews because even the friendliest fucking outlets. She gave an interview with Stephanie Rule on fucking literal MSDNC, and even after the fucking interview, Stephanie Rule was like talking about it, and she said she didn't answer anything. Like, this is the fucking cheerleading network of the DNC, and Stephanie Rule had to say, yeah, you know, she didn't really answer many questions. Like, yeah, no shit, we've all noticed. Like, we've all noticed.
And
like,
they have to notice.
Trump may ramble.
She's going to bring them down with her.
Like, it's fucking hilarious. Trump calls for the prosecution of Nancy Pelosi after she sold Visa stock. Just months before it was announced, Visa was being sued by the DOJ.
But they went in there, and everyone knows they threatened the 25th Amendment. They threatened him with the 25th Amendment. They said, Joe, you're going to get out. And Nancy Pelosi led the charge. And Nancy Pelosi has a little problem because her husband sold their Visa stock. They had a lot of Visa stock one day before Visa was announced that Visa is being sued by the Department of Justice. Think of that. Nancy Pelosi sold vast amounts of Visa stock one day before the big lawsuit that we all read about a few days ago.
So, yeah, obviously it wasn't one day, but yes, you get Trump's point. I forgot there was a... Biden went on The View this week. Let me find it.
Oh yeah, you can bring that up, but I just don't. I don't get what the actual campaign is. Is it to just cheat? Because that sounds like what they're going for.
I don't know. I feel like they think they're going to win. Biden,
but they're not acting like they're going to win.
That she couldn't do, and so I was able to. That I did that she couldn't do, and so I was able to delegate her responsibility on everything from foreign policy to domestic policy.
So yes, Biden continues to drop Kamala in it. Kamala's trying to run away from Biden, and he's just like, "No, come back, Kamala. Let me talk about how involved you were. You were the most involved vice president.
Put this albatross over your neck."
Like this guy, like he may not be all there, but it's pretty fucking clear he is pissed.
Oh
like
yeah.
Apparently he won't return Pelosi's calls. Like Pelosi's basically persona non grata in the White House till, January. Tom Bolley says, to be fair, if her husband day trades, there will be lots of potential correlations. His trading history declarations might indicate that. No, Tom Bolley, the problem is Congress is exempted from insider trading laws. They exempted themselves. They can insider trade all they like. That's the problem. People have been calling for that to be changed for at least a decade now. Because it's bullshit.
There used to be a tracker for...
There's a tracker for most of them.
Yeah.
Unusual Wales has a tracker for Pelosi and most of the higher ups in Congress. But yeah, Pelosi's record is so good that if she ran a fund, she would be the most profitable fund the world has ever seen. She is the greatest stock picker in the history of the world. So,
and the way you do it.
No, well, that's the thing, though, Tom. Her husband, the laws apply to him; they don't apply to her. So she does the trading. So, anyway, I think it's hilarious. So yeah, it's pretty fucking clear that Biden does not want Kamala to win, because think about it, he will be Biden's entire thing was I'm the only one who can beat Trump. I'm the only one who can beat Trump. I'm the only one who can beat Trump, and then they got rid of him, and the woman they replaced him with loses to Trump. Like that's his best case scenario. Be like, oh, look, I was told I had to step aside. I stepped aside for the good of the party, for the good of the country, and Kamala couldn't do it. I did everything I could to help her. I pointed out that she was very involved in everything, and still she lost to Trump. So I told you so. Anyway, I'm going to go retire and play golf.
I'm just going to go keel over down.
I'm going to go sit on the beach, which is what I did most of my presidency. The Trump campaign statement on the ongoing threats from the Iranian terror regime. President Trump was briefed earlier today by the Office of the Director of National Intelligence regarding real and specific threats from Iran to assassinate him in an effort to destabilize and sow chaos in the United States. Intelligence officials have identified that these continued and coordinated attacks have heightened in the past few months, and law enforcement officials across all agencies are working to ensure President Trump is protected and the election is free from interference. Make no mistake, the terror regimes of Iran loves the weakness of Kamala Harris and is terrified of the strength and resolve of President Trump. He will let nothing stop him or get in his way to fight for the American people and to make America great again. Steve Chung, Trump Campaign Communications Director.
Yep.
There was a leak this week. The J.D. Vance's dossier, which is what the Iranians stole from the one of the documents the Iranians stole from the campaign. This has been floating around in media circles for a while. Nobody published it because it's leaked information. Ken Klippenstein released it on his Substack, unredacted. Don't let anybody tell you that it was censored when he released it. It wasn't. I have it here. It is completely uncensored, except for the censoring I did. Actually, let me just go back up top and go to Where's the fucking clicky thing? I want to unclick the drawer. There we go. Where was it? There's like his personal, like, it had everything. Like like it had it's got his property records, his phone number, like everything. Like the first 5 digits of his social security number, which I didn't know was, but you could basically work out. Apparently, it's related to, apparently it's based on your cohort, so the year you were born, and where you were born is the first 5. So you can actually work it out. It's a terrible system. It means the last 4 are the only ones that matter. So yeah, if they know where you live. But I figured we'd go through the executive summary and a few bits and bobs. So here's the dossier notes. So the potential vulnerabilities were basically his anti-Trump record and ties to the establishment. His questionable conservatism.
Fucking Trump has questionable conservatism.
So the top hits are his voting history and party affiliation. He failed to vote in at least 4 elections, including the 2020 primary elections. This is since 2018. He was not a registered Republican Party voter in Hamilton County between September 2018 and May 2022. He's got ties to lobbying. He's not a lobbyist, but his old firm was a lobbyist. So between 2014 and 2016, Sidley Austin lobbied on behalf of Purdue Pharma and the maker of OxyContin. Sidley Austin lobbied on behalf of multiple Chinese Communist Party affiliated companies, including Alibaba and the Kaiser Group. What's the source of the leak? The source of the leak is the Islamic Republic of Iran. Sorry, it's some guy who calls himself Robert, who had been shopping this dossier around to fucking every media outlet, and every media outlet is like, okay, so who are you and where are you from? And he's like, don't worry about that. So this was almost immediately after the news came out that the Iranians had hacked the Trump campaign. So it's safe to say the guys are cut out for Iran.
Where's that?
But yeah, this is the thing. There is nothing in here that is explosive. It is all stuff we already know. It's all public. It's all basically public information. This is literally
Everything
just
that already
collated.
came out.
It's interesting to see it pulled together. I've never actually had my hands on an actual because I mean this is opposition prep. So it's the kind of research you do into yourself. So when you start a campaign, you would go to an organization that specializes in pulling together this kind of information and get a report done on yourself so that you can see what your weaknesses are, what your potential liabilities are, so that you could respond to them.
Encounter.
So there's nothing spicy in there. Mark my words, if there was something spicy in there, the journos wouldn't have had a fucking problem. So
journos would have just gone to
published
primary source.
Yeah, they would have gone, blah, blah, blah.
This,
Ken Klippenstein published this
from somewhere else.
Ken Klippenstein did publish this on Twitter, was immediately flagged and banned for, or suspended for publishing private information. The warning he got said as much. There's basically your account has been suspended for publishing private information. You cannot publish someone's phone number and their full address on Twitter. Full stop. Like you can't do that. Like that, there are very few lines on Twitter, but Elon has drawn the line, saying that if you do this, this will get you suspended. Ken Klippenstein saw fit to not redact that information. So yeah, he knew what he was going to get. Look, I think I said on Twitter that it's pretty clear this is exactly what he wanted. Like because I mean, if I'm a journalist and I want to drive traffic to my website or my whatever, then
get banned.
The best way to do it, like so here I said, Ken Klippenstein knew he'd get suspended for not redacting the JD document before releasing it, but he did it anyway because he knew it'd generate buzz and outrage, and it fucking worked. It fucking worked a treat. Like everybody was fucking crying. Like the left was crying about how, ooh, Elon is protecting JD, blah, blah, blah. But there's nothing damaging in here. The only thing that's that got protected was this, like, so Ken Klippenstein went back and edited it. He went back and redacted the information that they wanted redacted, which was the street address of his house in Ohio, the street address of his apartment in Washington, his phone number, and the first 5 of his social. Like his phone number, his email, and the first 5 of his social. That's not a big ask. Like, yes, you can go and find out his fucking home address by knowing what state he lives in, or knowing what county he lives in and going through the county records. Yes, I know that. Like, we all know that's public. But his phone number's not public. His private email's not public.
Social security number.
His socials aren't public. Like, we have to be fucking realistic here. Like, I appreciate that there are like docs are docs. Like, if you want to host them on the Kiwi Farms, that's fine. Post a link to it on Twitter, you're gonna have a bad time.
Yeah.
I've got the information here. I'm not gonna show it because that's fucking stupid. Like, I've gone and redacted it out. Like, because here it was straight up his social security minus the last 4, his home address, his additional property, his fucking phone number, and his email, like his private email address. So, like, that shit doesn't need to be out there. Like, the guy's got to change his phone number now. That's a fucking pain in the ass. So that's how shit gets hacked. So yeah, that was like, and look, it takes seconds to do, and Klippenstein's like, oh, I didn't want to do it because I didn't want to modify the document. Like, give me a fucking break. That rings so incredibly hollow that I know exactly what you were doing. You were doing it because you knew you would get this response, and therefore you would get more attention on it. Like, people are so fucking transparent nowadays. Like Ken Klippenstein has done good work, and look, this should have been released. Someone else should have released it. But yeah, this was very transparent. And the DOJ has indicted members of Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps for the hack and leak operation versus the Trump campaign. So, Masoud Jalali, Sayed al-Aghamari, and Yasser Balaghi have been indicted on a number of counts: conspiracy to obtain information from a protected computer, material support to a designated foreign terrorist organization. I think the IRGC is actually classified as a foreign terrorist organization. Wire fraud, aggravated identity theft, aiding and abetting. So yes, the grand jury has set down an indictment. These guys are never going to be arrested.
Well, yeah.
So, anyway.
In the country, so no way they're going to get arrested unless, they romp into
Pook said, how did the dossier know Vance didn't vote 4 times? Self-reporting, is it tracked? So when you register to vote, you can actually see when someone's voted. Like, transparency in the US is crazy. Like, public records over there is insane. Like, as an Australian, I look at that shit and I go, wait, what? What the fuck? Anyway, let's check in on Iran and see how their favorite proxy is doing. Just a regular house in southern Lebanon. Nothing to see here. Oh, they must have hit a fireworks factory.
I don't know what you're talking about, Thurman. That's what fires sound like all the time.
Dude, don't you have a roof full of fireworks? I mean, I do.
Yeah.
I know if my house was ever hit by a rocket, it would just go up like a literal fucking Roman candle. Fucking Christ! Look at the secondaries, will you? Jesus Christ! Like, fuck me. That is like. God damn. So let's check on Beirut, shall we? Let's check on Hezbollah headquarters in Beirut. Oh no! They had an e-scooter in there. Yes, that's what it was. Someone had their Tesla parked inside. Oh no! Jeez, I hope that city block didn't have anything important underneath it.
Yeah.
Oh, look, here's some more secondaries. So there's the two explosions. Oh yeah, regular airstrike. Oh, that poor house. Oh, what was that? Oh no!
Oh no!
That must have been the barbecue. Oh, my barbecue flew across, and then, like, you literally saw something fly out of there and explode down the road. What do you mean? We don't store weapons in people's houses. That would be against the law. What? Those F-16s were flying really low. Yes, Spectre. I don't think they're too worried about air defenses. I'm pretty sure Israel's got that shit handled. Rashidi Tlaib says, our country is funding this bloodbath. Sending more of our troops and bombs to the region is not advancing peace. The US government are conspirators to the war criminal Netanyahu's genocidal plan. We already saw that one.
هيا قدامي هياها
هيا
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 صوب المخيمات هون على هيدا على العاملين مخيم البرج هياها
هيا
اوف
عم ادخل المخيم يا شباب عم ادخل المخيم جهة العملية حاجة الجيش.
Jeez, I wonder if they got anybody important. AP says, breaking, a general in Iran's paramilitary Revolutionary Guard has died in the Israeli airstrike that also killed Hezbollah's leader. Iran state media says, oh no. Yeah, sounds like the 4th of July. Yes, it does. You'll excuse me if I'm finding it very hard to wipe the smile from my fucking face. Iran officially announced that both Hassan Nasrallah and General Abbas Nifurishan, Iran's commander of the Revolutionary Guards in Lebanon, are dead. So yes, Israel has completely filled their Pokédex. They have cleared out the entirety of Hezbollah's top level chain of command between exploding pages, exploding radios. After the exploding radios, they literally met in person. Like they organized a meeting in person. The meeting got blown up. Like Israel waited until everybody was in there, and then suddenly the whole fucking building exploded. Looking at how efficiently Israel has just fucking disassembled Hezbollah explains how October 7 happened. It tells me that they were paying zero attention to Hamas and nothing, like their entire focus was on Hezbollah. Their entire focus was, we don't need to worry about Hamas. We've got them contained in Gaza. It's fine. We've got the monitoring set up. If they try anything, we'll just go in there and mow the grass. It'll be fine. We need to worry about Hezbollah because they've got all these fucking weapons from Iran. It's the south of Lebanon is fucking replete with missiles and rockets targeted at Israel. So we need to make sure we got that shit locked down. So where are all those pages? And because they were looking elsewhere, they got fucked. So it's a safe bet that someone who was on this list was working for Israel.
Yep.
Spectre says, I'm just asking questions. How does Israel know about the meeting if it was planned that morning? I'm just asking questions. Spectre, like I said, I'm pretty sure someone who was invited to that meeting was working for Israel. Was getting some shekels in their bank account. Helen Ewer, who was the executive director of UN Watch, which do great work, says what the UN and the EU and Macron will never tell you. Oh, he says it's a meme. Okay. So 82, Hezbollah was formed. 83, suicide truck bombing of the U.S. Embassy in Beirut, 83 killed. 83, bombing of U.S. and French Marine barracks in Beirut, 299 killed. 84, bombing of a restaurant near a U.S. Air Force base in Spain, 18 killed. Car bomb. See, this is the thing. People, like, if you're born like after 9/11 or even fucking the back end of the 90s, you didn't experience the news every night about, like Palestinian terrorists or Hezbollah have like blown up a fucking restaurant or blown up a car or hijacked a plane. Like, I was a kid when this shit was going on. Like, I heard it on the news every night. Like this was the news every fucking day throughout the 80s. Like, if you paid any attention to the Middle East, it was a fucking shit show. So, car bombing of U.S. Embassy Annex in Beirut, 24 killed. Hijacking of Kuwaiti Airlines plane, 4 killed. Hijacking of TWA Flight 847 from Athens. That's the Delta Force flight. If you've seen the movie The Delta Force, that's the movie. One? That's the movie. Yes, the Chuck Norris one. That's the flight that this is based on. It's also the flight that resulted in the raid on Entebbe, which rescued all the hostages, save for the one who was the old lady who had the misfortune of having a medical emergency and being taken to a hospital, only to miss the rescue, and then later be murdered in her bed, like in her hospital bed, in retribution. It's also the mission Netanyahu's brother died on, his older brother. Abduction and killing of 3 Lebanese Jews, murder of 3 Saudi diplomats. All of these were done by Hezbollah or the PLFP, People's Front for the Liberation of Palestine. Murder of 3 Saudi diplomats. Suspected murder of 3 secretaries of Saudi Arabia in Bangkok. Suspected murder of 2 Saudi diplomats and a telex operator. Suspected kidnapping of Saudi businessman who mysteriously disappeared. Murder of security chief of the Israeli embassy in Turkey. Suicide bombing at the Israeli embassy in Buenos Aires, 29 killed. Attempted murder of the head of the Turkish Jewish community. Attempted bombing of the Israeli embassy in Thailand. Suicide bombing of the AMIA in Buenos Aires. 85 killed. Bombing of Alanis. Like, it just goes on and on and on. 8 Israeli soldiers killed. 22 Lebanese. Like, these guys are fucked. TWA wasn't the raid on Entebbe. That was 1977. It was an Air France flight. Okay, fair enough. Well, that makes sense, yeah, because I knew it was the People's Front for the Liberation of Palestine, which is not Hezbollah, but the PLFP used to be in Lebanon. But yeah, that makes sense because they were out. The Palestinians were forced out of Lebanon before Hezbollah was formed. So yes. And yes, 2024, drone attack at Druze village, 12 in northern Israel, 12 killed. Anyway. Konstantin Kisin, shot, chaser. So Jackson Hinkle says, so Israel just blew up a whole residential block of civilian buildings in Beirut and didn't achieve their target. Again. Israel has wanted to kill Hezbollah and Nasrallah for decades. How did they manage to kill leadership in Nasrallah in one single week? Who's the mole that fed Israel this information? Yeah, I wonder if his checks will stop. Community notes has spent a couple of days violating Ayatollah Khomeini. Hezbollah is the victor. Readers added context. They thought people might want to know. The entire Hezbollah leadership, including Nasrallah, has been eliminated. They didn't hit any baby wards this time. No, there was no baby. There's no children. See, that's what Hezbollah should have done. They should have built it under a children's hospital. Ireland's building a children's hospital. Maybe they can put it under there. I'm sure the Irish wouldn't have a fucking problem with them. Fucking douchebags. Khomeini says the Zionist criminals need to know that they are far too weak to be able to inflict any significant damage on the solid structure of Lebanon's Hezbollah. Readers added context. They thought people might want to know. In fact, the Zionists referred to here, Israel, just destroyed the Hezbollah headquarters and wiped out its entire leadership.
Oof.
Of course, the media has been doing its regular thing, treating terrorists as if they were You know, fantastic people. This is from the Washington Post. Amongst his followers, Mr. Nasrallah was seen as a father figure, a moral compass, and a political guide. He was lauded as a man who empowered Lebanon's once downtrodden and impoverished Shiite community and protected it from Israeli incursions by turning Hezbollah into a formidable deterrent force. However much you hate the media, it's never enough. Here's the New York Times. Over his 32 years leading the organization, with the support of Iran, he built Hezbollah into a domestic political force and one of the most heavily armed non-state forces in the world. Mr. Nasrallah was opposed to Israel, which he called the Zionist entity, and maintained that there should be one Palestine with equality for Muslims, Jews, and Christians. A powerful orator, he was believed among many Shiite Muslims, a historically marginalized group in the Arab world, and created a state within the state in Lebanon that provided social services. Oh, he's such a good guy. Oh, he's just, feeding the poor and feeding the hungry. One of the dumbest women alive, Kim Iverson, says, no matter what you think of Hezbollah, it's important to remember that the reason they were targeting Israel was to pressure them to stop the genocide of Palestinians. Nasrallah died a true martyr, defending the defenseless. He was on the right side of history. So just a reminder that that Hezbollah has been firing rockets into Israel since October 8th. Before any supposed genocide was taking place. So it's garbage.
Garbage bullshit. Jesus Christ, those people.
The Palestinians that remain in Lebanon have fewer rights than anywhere else, than almost anywhere else in the fucking Middle East. So they're treated like garbage. You piece of shit apologist. Piece of shit apologist.
Garbage people.
Like the number of fucking apologists, like Hezbollah and fucking Hamas dick suckers that are in the US should fucking worry you all. Nick Fuentes,
Black Lives Matter got switched to Free Palestine.
To free PlayStation, yeah. Nick
protest.
Fuentes is sick of Hezbollah. Let's see what...
And it's like, I don't know about you guys, but I'm really getting sick of like the tough talk from Hezbollah.
He changed his shirt.
Because that's all they are. They talk all this shit and they just keep losing. Like, there's this video of the whole, like the city has been bombed to smithereens. Like Israel drops 100 bombs on the city. It's a smoldering pile of ash. Everyone's dead. It's all black. And they're like, well, the rules of the game just changed. It's like, you just got your shit pushed in. It's over. Like they're blowing up your headsets. They blew up your radios, and then you went to the funeral of the people that died, and then they blew up the radios that you brought to the funeral. And then they go on Twitter and they're like, Israel's going to pay for this. It's like, when and how? Because it seems like you don't have any idea what you're doing. You have no idea. Your radios are bugged. Your alarm clocks are bugged. Your electric shavers are bugged. They're like, well, the rules of the game just changed. I don't know. Seems like it's exactly the same as before. It seems like nothing has changed at all, actually. They control your airspace. They have total escalation dominance. They have superiority with their air force. I don't think the rules have changed at all. The rules are the same. The rules are these. Israel bombs you. You do nothing. Israel kills you all the time. You do nothing in response. Yeah, like those are the rules, and they've been the same from the beginning. So anyways.
I would like to thank Nick Fuentes for giving me a new clip.
You just got your shit pushed in. It's over.
That's great.
That's good.
It's great. It's a great clip. So thank you, Nick. September. So Jared Kushner, yes, that Jared Kushner. Says September 27th is the most important day in the Middle East since the Abraham Accords breakthrough. I have spent countless hours studying Hezbollah, and there's not an expert on earth who thought that what Israel had done to decapitate and degrade them was possible. This is significant because Iran is now fully exposed. The reason why their nuclear facilities had not been destroyed despite weak air defense systems is because Hezbollah had been a loaded gun pointed at Israel. Iran spent the last 40 years building this capacity as its deterrent. President Trump would often say, Iran has never won a war but never lost a negotiation. The Islamic Republic's regime is much tougher when risking Hamas, Hezbollah, Syrian and Houthi lives than when risking their own. Their foolish efforts to assassinate President Trump and hack his campaign reek of desperation and are hardening a larger coalition against them. The Iranian leadership is stuck in the old Middle East, while their neighbors in the GCC are sprinting towards the future with the, I think it's the GCC is the Gulf Cooperation Coalition or something.
That sounds right.
Yeah, are sprinting towards the future by investing in their populations and infrastructure. They are becoming dynamic magnets for talent and investment, while Iran falls further behind. As the Iranian proxies and threats dissipate, regional security and prosperity will rise for Christians, Muslims, and Jews alike. Israel now finds itself with the threat of Gaza mostly neutralized and the opportunity to neutralize Hezbollah in the north. It's unfortunate how we got here, but maybe there can be a silver lining in the end. Anyone who's been calling for a ceasefire in the north is wrong. There's no going back for Israel. They cannot afford now to not finish the job and completely dismantle the arsenal that has been aimed at them. They will never get another chance. After the brilliant rapid-fire tactical success of the pages, radios, and targeting of leadership, Hezbollah's massive weapons cache is unguarded and unmanned. Most of Hezbollah's fighters are hiding in their tunnels. Anyone still around was not important enough to carry a pager or be invited to a leadership meeting. Iran is reeling as well, insecure, unsure of how deeply its own intelligence has been penetrated. Failing to take full advantage of this opportunity to neutralize the threat is irresponsible. I've been hearing some amazing stories about how Israel has been collecting intelligence over the past 10 months with some brilliant technology and crowdsourcing initiatives. But today, with the confirmed killing of Nasrallah and at least 16 top commanders eliminated in just 9 days, was the first day I started thinking about a Middle East without Iran's fully loaded arsenal aimed at Israel. So many more positive outcomes are possible. This is a moment to stand behind the peace-seeking nation of Israel and the large portion of the Lebanese who have been plagued by Hezbollah. And again, like I go back to what I said last week. Most Lebanese don't fucking hate Hezbollah. They fucking hate them. Hezbollah extracts money from the fucking people. There is, leading up to when Hezbollah was formed, the army was fucking corrupt as hell. And they would extract money from the citizenry. And Hezbollah was like, yeah, we're going to stop this shit. They do exactly the same thing. They've just
turn around.
They've replaced the army and ended up doing exactly the same thing, wringing the people of Lebanon dry. And the reason, there can be no investment in a country where a third of the country belongs to a fucking terrorist organization.
Oh, no way.
Where you never know if your development might happen to be next door to a fucking Hezbollah base, and the Israelis decide that they need to take it out. Well, now your building's fucked. So there's so a lot of if you think back to the explosion in Beirut, not of the Hezbollah headquarters, but on the dock. There was a lot of scuttlebutt at the time that the reason the nitrate was there was because Hezbollah kept it there, because they figured they would use it later, it would be useful to have it on hand to make explosives in case they couldn't get supply from Iran.
Well, so too bad it exploded itself.
Hezbollah holds responsibility for displacing 300,000 people from Beirut and basically destroying the fucking city and the port. So it's fucking ridiculous. And the right move for America would be tell Israel. So the main issue between Lebanon and Israel is Iran. Otherwise, there's a lot of benefit for the people of both countries from working together. The right move for America would be to tell Israel to finish the job. It's long overdue, and it's not only Israel's fight. More than 40 years now, Hezbollah killed 241 U.S. military personnel, including 220 Marines. That remains the single deadliest day for the U.S. Marine Corps since the Battle of Iwo Jima. Later that same day, Hezbollah killed 58 French paratroopers. And now, over the past 6 weeks, Israel has eliminated as many terrorists on the US list of wanted terrorists as the US has done in the last 20 years, including Imran Akwi, the leader of Hezbollah's Islamic Jihad organization, who masterminded the 1983 killing of those Marines. The philosopher Bernard Henry Levy wrote on X, "I'll keep reading everywhere that Lebanon is on the brink of collapse. No, it is on the brink of relief and deliverance. Moments like this come once in a generation, if they ever come at all. Middle East is too often a solid where little changes. Today it is liquid and able to reshape, then its ability to reshape is unlimited. Do not squander this moment. Let us all pray for success, for peace, and for the good judgment of our leaders." Yes, 100% agree. And my concern is that, well, look, less than like 5 hours before Israel pulled the trigger, the US was negotiating a fucking 21-day ceasefire with Hezbollah, and it's like, what the fuck are you doing? Like, let them finish the fucking Israel isn't allowed to finish anything ever. The US is like, no, we need a ceasefire. You need a ceasefire. You need a ceasefire. Sorry, let me rephrase. Not the US. This administration. This administration will go to no end to not fucking placate the Iranian regime, and I do not understand it. Like the whole envoy to Iran being the head of a fucking an Iranian spy ring makes so much sense based on this administration's response to all of this. Like absolute, the Trump administration was anti-Iran, so we have to be pro-Iran. Like, what the fuck is wrong with you? Yeah, exactly.
Fuck me.
This administration was negotiating a 21-day ceasefire while Israel was negotiating a 21-bomb salute to Hezbollah. Well, that's exactly right. So, and what's more galling is the Americans are upset because the Israelis didn't give them a heads up. Well, shit, I can't imagine why. Probably because you would have tipped them off. Because escalation.
Yeah.
Like, escalation is literally, like, if you walk up to someone in the State Department and say escalation, they'll run away crying. Like, fucking ridiculous. Escalation, because it's the same argument we hear about Ukraine. Ukraine would have been over fucking 2 years ago. We're approaching year 3 of the war in Ukraine, which, even if you don't give a fuck about Ukrainians, it has done fucking innumerable damage to the global economy, driven inflation that we'd just gotten under control even higher, and made everything fucking more difficult around supply. But escalation is like the watchword of the fucking Americans at the moment. Oh, we gotta be worried. Escalation. Escalation. Fuck you. Fuck you and your escalation. The fuck out of here.
Yeah. Fuck your escalators.
Okay, so the UN's entire role was to prevent another world war. Well, the UN is a fucking garbage organization that has achieved nothing except that. And we've mistaken world wars. Like, world wars aren't fought the way they were in the 50s anymore. Like, that's not the way we'll fight the next war.
We didn't fight a world war in the 50s.
Yeah, we did. Well, basically, have a look at how many people were fighting in fucking Korea. It was a United Nations. That's right. Sorry, it wasn't a war. It was a United Nations police action.
Exactly.
But still, wasn't fought that way anymore. So it's all proxy wars and bullshit. Yeah, that's right, Korea.
Yeah.
So it's fucking ridiculous. Anyway, Adame Media says, it's true. Whatever your view of Hassan Nasrallah was killed because he stood up for Gaza at a time when no Arab or Muslim leader would. Whatever.
Holy shit.
Oh, this is fucking gold.
Is Hamas not Muslim? I'm pretty sure the leaders of Hamas
are sect of Muslims.
So
I know,
Hamas. So this is the problem. So Iran is Sunni, Hezbollah is Sunni. Iran is Shia.
Yes.
Hezbollah is Shia. Hamas is Sunni.
Oh, okay, not the right kind of Muslim.
The
Right.
wrong kind of Muslim. So, yeah.
The bad kind of Muslim.
So, well, it's not even good or bad. The
split, it depends
the
on which
split
one
is
you are.
literally one. It's literally about some caliph. Like, one side believes a caliph was the heir to Muhammad, and the other one believes a different guy, and that's it. Like, and there's some different sources, like different Quranic sources now, but it's just fucking ridiculous. Anyway, here is Marwa Osman, a vile and paid propagandist who worked for Hezbollah and Iranian press TV and was gloating since October 7th, interviewed by a Russian propaganda outlet. And during that interview, Hezbollah officially acknowledged the death of Hassan Nasrallah. So here's some of her greatest hits. The enemy will play for the price of their blood. Price in blood. Watch how Hezbollah hacked and took down not a Zionist drone that was dropping leaflets. Like, fuck off. Piece of shit.
If you talk to psychiatrists or people who actually read body language, they can tell you that it's out of control.
Marwa, so sorry to interrupt. We do now have official confirmation from the Hezbollah group of the death of Hassan Nasrallah. What's your response, please? I'm so sorry. Let's end the interview there. We were talking to Marwa Osman, journalist and TV show host, clearly visibly shaken by the breaking news we're bringing you right now.
Oh, no, my baby is dead.
You just got your shit pushed in. It's over.
Yeah. Nick would know.
Yep.
Celebrations, anger as Middle East reacts to death of Hezbollah leader in Israeli airstrike as it happened.
I'm guessing the only anger is in Iran.
There's a bit of upset in
Iraq
in
as
a
well.
few countries, but mostly America.
It's celebrations.
Mostly America, the people are upset. Mostly in Congress, like the Hamas caucus is very upset.
Yeah,
she shit herself. Just that fart noises to it. Lebanon, new target of Israeli genocide and occupation and invasion. I'm a president of Turkey. Like, this guy's a fucking retard. No one with a conscience can accept, excuse, or justify such a massacre. Fuck you, man. I seriously hope the Kurds get him one day, and then we can go, yeah. Oh, how dare you respond to terrorism? Fuck you, piece of shit. But yes, Iraq has announced 3 days of mourning. Iran announced they were having 5 days of mourning. Yes, a deputy remembered as the divisive Hezbollah chief. Fuck off. Oh God, this is the ABC News obituary.
He
Really?
inspired fierce loyalty and vicious loathing. Hezbollah leader Hassan Nasrallah was one of the most influential men in Lebanon and the wider Middle East, a leader who opposed Israel to the last.
The important thing is not to let the blow knock you down, no matter how big and strong it is. This big, strong, and unprecedented blow did not knock us down. It will not knock us down, God willing.
Hassan Nasrallah grew up in the Beirut of the 1960s and 70s, a time when the once prosperous city had slipped into a terrible civil war, with fighting between Palestinian refugees, Lebanese Muslims, and Maronite Christians. In 1982, Israel began its largest invasion of Lebanon, purportedly to stop Palestinian attacks across the northern border. It would remain there for 18 years. The occupation spurring anger and resistance. Iran became involved, assisting Lebanese Shiite Muslims to found Hezbollah, a militia determined to drive out Israel, including through suicide bombings against the IDF and other targets.
We want death for all who suppress our people.
We are trying to stop such aggressive acts by fighting the American regime.
Fears of a terrorist backlash in the Middle East tonight following Israel's killing of a militant Arab leader in Lebanon. Helicopters blew up a vehicle carrying the head of the pro-Iranian Hezbollah, Sheikh Abbas Musawi.
The new head of Hezbollah, Hassan Nasrallah, was just 32 at the time.
Of course, the goal is to shake Hezbollah's morale and to impact Islamic resistance, stabbing it in the heart. However, this criminal operation will only increase the resistance's will.
In 2000, Hezbollah claimed a huge victory, the withdrawal of Israeli troops from Lebanon, with the UN chief meeting Nasrallah to ensure the pullout would go smoothly.
If Lebanese...
It seems to have forgotten the part of the thing that there was a UN Security Council resolution, 1701, which said that Hezbollah couldn't be south of the I forgot the name of the fucking river, but essentially southern Lebanon had to be demilitarized. Never fucking happened. Like the UN monitoring posts never did shit. Like I said, the UN is garbage. It's worthless. It is absolutely worthless. We might as well fucking. I hope Trump burns it to the ground.
It's where the terrorists hide.
Yeah. It's like fuck them.
These prisoners remain with the Israelis. We in Hezbollah assume that a full withdrawal has not happened and that our lands are still occupied.
But Israel's departure did not bring peace. By 2006, Israel and Hezbollah were again at war after Hezbollah kidnapped Israeli soldiers.
Israeli soldiers crossing into Lebanon. Tonight they're engaged in clashes with Hezbollah troops in the south of the country.
The 2006 war ended in a ceasefire, and Nasrallah claimed Hezbollah had won.
We are before a strategic and historic victory.
It wouldn't be the last time that Nasrallah would take Hezbollah to war, as he publicly backed President Bashar al-Assad in the bloody civil war.
Yeah, so half of Syria is happy this piece of shit's dead as well.
Mm-hmm.
This is great. AP on the death of a Republican senator. Former Senator Jim Inhofe, defense hawk who called human climate change a hoax, dies at 89. Charismatic and shrewd, longtime Hezbollah leader, Hassan Nasrallah. Like, they can't fucking help themselves, but God.
God forbid a Republican dies.
Always support the goddamn terrorists.
Ocean Defender says the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps linked Iranian news agency Tasnim news agency has now withdrawn their statement, which claimed Hezbollah's Secretary General Hassan Nasrallah was alive, and now stating they cannot confirm his status. This was earlier. It's been confirmed he's dead. Pierre Poilievre, or whatever the fuck his name is, I'm sure we'll get used to saying it when he's the premier. But says the elimination of Hezbollah leader Hassan Nasrallah means justice for countless families that have lost loved ones at the hands of this genocidal terrorist. The people of Israel, Lebanon, and the Middle East have suffered for a decade as a result of the violence and terror backed by the criminal regime in Tehran. Hezbollah should immediately cease their actions on the people of Israel, stop using innocent people in Lebanon as human shields, and lay down their arms so this war can come to an end. Conservatives will always stand with our allies against terrorism around the world. This is a sad day for Elizabeth May and Jagmeet Singh. Lol.
Oh, God.
I know who Jagmeet is. Who's Elizabeth May? Some Canadian.
I think she's the leader of the Green Party over there.
Oh, well, get fucked.
I think it is.
Yeah, exactly.
Elizabeth May. Let's see. I'm pretty sure it's the Greens. Environmentalists and all.
You're right.
Same thing.
Yeah, and she's a Green Party candidate, yeah.
Leader of the Green Party.
Strong statement from Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer. Hezbollah has the blood of hundreds of Americans on its hands. The world is safer and better off without Nasrallah's terrorism and oppression. And I will continue to support Israel's right to defend itself against terrorism. The United States and its partners must maintain efforts to ensure Israel's security, deter and prevent Iranian-backed actors from expanding this conflict and pursue regional stability. You know what the best fucking outcome would be? Oh, Pook says Greens have 2 seats. I'm so sorry, man. That's 2 seats too many.
Yeah.
The best outcome would be is Lebanon gets its fucking shit together. Lebanon gets its shit together and joins, Israel and fucking the Kingdom of Saud, Jordan, like all the rational countries of the Middle East that have gone, hey, let's stop killing each other. Let's make some fucking money.
Yeah.
Let's, ensure that one day the people don't come for our fucking heads, because all we've done is enrich ourselves personally and starve our populations. The Harris campaign has officially lost Michigan. Statement by Vice President Harris on the death of Hassan Nasrallah. Hassan Nasrallah was a terrorist with American blood on his hands. Across decades, his leadership of Hezbollah has destabilized the Middle East and led to the killing of countless innocent people in Lebanon, Israel, Syria, and around the world. Today, Hezbollah's victims have a measure of justice. Oh, pardon me. I have an unwavering commitment to the security of Israel. I will always support Israel's right to defend itself against Iran and Iran-backed terrorist groups such as Hezbollah, Hamas, and the Houthis. President Biden and I do not want to see conflict in the Middle East escalate into a broader regional war. We've been working on a diplomatic solution along the Israel-Lebanon border so that people can safely return home on both sides of that border. Diplomacy remains the best path forward to protect civilians and achieve lasting stability in the region.
I don't care about them. I want to hear
Fuck that. They'll like us when we win.
Yeah.
They'll like us when we win. Simple as that.
Yeah.
Strawman posts, please post your shittiest post Nasrallah takes. To quote Norman Finkelstein, they warm every fibre of my soul. Screenshots preferred. Next time you see a Zionist jerk off at how Israel took out Hezbollah's entire leadership within just 9 days and how this simply unprecedented in history, tell them that the Nazis took out 6 million Jews within just 4 years. Instant checkmate. Oh, so now the Holocaust is real. Okay, it's good to see they believe in the Holocaust.
Yeah,
now.
Hitler said those are rookie numbers. You got to bump them up.
Jeremy Corbyn, noted anti-Semite, says the world could have stopped the genocide in Gaza. Instead, our political leaders allow Israel to act with total impunity. Can you believe this guy was almost Prime Minister of the United Kingdom?
Yes, I can absolutely believe that.
God bless Boris Johnson for beating this prick. That's why they are now murdering hundreds of civilians in Lebanon, putting millions more lives at risk across the region. When will our government wake up to the horrors that they have normalised? When will they call out the reckless aggression? Or do Arabs' lives not matter? We need a full arms embargo to Israel and economic sanctions now. Our common humanity demands nothing less. Fuck right off, you fucking communist prick. Which makes sense because the communists have always supported the fucking
Arabs. Always hate. Yeah, A, supported the Arabs. B, hated the
Jews. And before the chat or any weirdos out there come back with the fucking communists, like most of the communists were Jews. They may have been of Jewish descent, but communists were a-religious.
Yeah, they were ethnically Jew, but they didn't practice their religion.
Yeah. Hezbollah isn't a twitching corpse, you moron. It's a mass movement whose father figure was just made into a martyr. For all time, think ahead just a teensy-weensy bit. Lol, cope. Michael Tracy, who can always be counted on to be the biggest fucking idiot in the room. The lesson is Israel can still ravage whoever it wants with virtual impunity, not just because of limitless US backing, but because the tough-talking enemies of Israel are not nearly as threatening as they're often made out to be. Hezbollah is just a punching bag at this point. Ah, yes, famous Nazi apologist, martyr made. Hezbollah lost thousands of fighters helping to save Syria from US and Israel-sponsored jihadists. If the IDF really got Nasrallah, it's time to shit or get off the pot for Iran, Syria. Regimes styling themselves as resistance can't survive endless unanswered humiliations. Oh, Jesus fucking Christ. Yes, this fucking idiot. The head of the United Nations, Antonio Guterres, says, I'm gravely concerned by the diplomatic escalation of events in Beirut in the last 24 hours. This cycle of violence must stop now. All sides must step back from the brink. The people of Lebanon, the people of Israel, as well as the wider region cannot afford an all-out war. God, what an absolute douchebag.
Maybe they do need an all-out war.
In killing Nasrallah, Israel chose to open the gates of hell. We'll all pay the price. Hezbollah has confirmed that its long-time leader Nasrallah was among the hundreds killed. Yada yada. Israel's decision, blah blah blah. It outright deranged. Israel has removed a moderating influence on Hezbollah. Give me a fucking break. I keep thinking they mean Hezbollah, the tiny Russian guy. And then, of course, fucking Kim Iverson. Equal measures evil and dumb. I think Spectre said something before about giving her the most disappointing 8 seconds of his life. Of her life.
Mm-hmm.
So, wood in the butt. Lubeless.
Oh, God.
Whether the IDF suspected that Nasrallah was in this block of flats or that got flattened or just made this up as a story is largely irrelevant. This is a war crime. Either way. It's a war crime. All wars are crimes. The massacre on October 7 was terrible, but it didn't happen in a vacuum. Israel has been slaughtering Palestinians for decades. The bombing of an apartment block in Lebanon is terrible, but it didn't happen in a vacuum. You piece of shit.
Yeah.
63-year-olds are living this one by one.
Is this the new 27-year-old? The 27 Club?
That's fucking hilarious. She's fucking serious, but I think that's fucking gold.
They never lived to see 69. Get ready.
Horrible Australian import Syrian girl. Says breaking. Miriam. Yes, that's her fucking name. Miriam
with a Y, I think.
Yeah, Miriam. Who cares? It's still Miriam. Yeah. Breaking. Hezbollah has declared total war on Israel and recommended all Palestinians under occupation to evacuate south. Better late than never. Say goodbye to Israel. Fire away. Lol.
Fire what?
Southeast into the sea. Yes, panic and run.
Exactly.
Pilfered from a mutual. If they kill Sayed Hassan, I swear to Allah, who made the earth and the skies, that I will drop out of uni and travel to Lebanon as soon as possible. I said as soon as possible. There's a lot of paperwork to do and stuff, but as promised, I will go. I swear, bros. I'm gonna go to Lebanon.
I swear I'm doing the program. I'm sorry.
Oh, the American Communist Party has released a statement. We're shocked and saddened by the news of the recent news of the murder of Sayed Hassan Nasrallah. Sayed is an honorific. By the criminal Zionist entity. As the people of Lebanon, the region, and the entire world mourn the passing of the legendary hero and martyr. Let us remember that the just cause of resistance against the criminal Zionist entity and its Washington backers lives on. The war against the enemy of mankind has long become global, encompassing many different fronts, and the battle of which have crossed the lines of nationality, race, tribe, and creed. We at the American Communist Party have long appreciated Sayed Nasrallah as an inspiration and a hero of all freedom-loving peoples of mankind. May you all die the same way.
Starvation?
Crushed under a fucking apartment block.
Okay, yes.
I couldn't fit the whole cover. God damn it! This is the Iranian foreign minister spokesperson. The other side openly declares ethnic and religious superiority. This man's entire goal was to actually implement democracy. These people claim to revere. Yes, he loved democracy. I love democracy.
I love
democracy, and I promise I'll give all this power back after the threat is neutralized. Yes, just that one. Yes. Richard Medhurst, you fucking piece of shit. Nasrallah confirmed dead. Not the first time Israel murders the head of Hezbollah. They also assassinated the head of Hamas, Sheikh Ahmad Yassin, and just keeps making them stronger. They're not very smart people. Yes, killing the... Oh, dude. What a great day. Alhamdulillah. Yes, God truly is great. Here's northern Syrians celebrating the demise of hated Hezbollah head Hassan Nasrallah last night. Oh, sorry, I got the yawns. From all the smiling and laughing. Thank you, Netanyahu. You warmed the hearts of the children of Syria. We're also asking you for the head of Bashar al-Assad.
تحية لشباب طرابلس شباب التباني بمناسبة سقوط وفبريسة حزب الله حسن نصر الله.
They're fucking firing the guns in the air. Yeah!
تحية لشباب طرابلس شباب التباني.
Thank you, Netanyahu. So, okay, so one says, thank you, Netanyahu. You've warmed the hearts of the children. The other one says, can you come and kill Assad, please? It's like they've won a World Cup qualifier.
تسلم ايدك يا نتنياهو، تسلم ايديكم طيارين جيش اسرائيل. فرحة الشعب السوري اليوم بسقوط حسن زميرة بنفوذه الى جهنم لعند سليماني ان شاء الله، لعند سليماني. تسلم ايديك يا ايديك وهيد.
I love it. You'd love to see it.
Boom, boom, boom.
Dude, what terrible fucking ammunition are they using? Jesus Christ. Yes, just weeping across the Middle East for the death of Nasrallah.
والله ما حدا فرحان بإدلب قد بياعين الزمامير، ما خلينا زمور بإدلب إلا حرقنا. اجينا جبنا الطبول.
I think he's saying he's in Idlib.
جايينك يا بشار، جايينك. جماعة الصناعة تصنيع الزمامير، جهزوا حالكم بكرة. عندي بكرة عندي.
A lot of sad people there. The death of Nasrallah. Just such mourning taking place across the Middle East.
Who is this guy?
Someone speaking Arabic who's very happy with Netanyahu.
I see.
الآن في هذه اللحظات أفراح عارمة في محافظة إدلب وشمال غرب.
That's the thing. Not everybody in Lebanon can show their appreciation because they're still worried. Like there's a lot of people that in the south that'd be worried that there's still a lot of Hezbollah people left who are going to extract a price on people who are publicly celebrating. But like in other areas of Lebanon where Hamas is not in charge, they're pretty fucking happy. And outside of Lebanon, yeah. It's a great day, boys. Only heads of big terrorist organizations only get whacked every so often. So, well, I mean, I guess in this case, twice in one day. Just in, Israel kills Hassan Kali Yassin, who replaced Hezbollah's leader Hassan Nasrallah hours ago. So, ladies and gentlemen, they got him again.
And they got the next one too.
They got the next one. Just going down the fucking list. Okay, who's next?
That's the way.
And those of you who are like, oh, who cares? Like what the Muslims do, like to the Jews. Who cares? Remember, after Saturday comes Sunday. This is an Arabic expression. It's when Saturday is gone, one will find Sunday. Essentially, once the Jews are gone, then they'll go for the Christians. Then the Christians are next. After Saturday comes Sunday. So, oh, this was just the trending tab I had open to find stuff. Is there anything new? Oh, Justin Trudeau's ridiculous fucking statement. Like, who cares? He killed innocents. Peace. We need peace. We need restraint.
How about no, Scott? Just finish the fucking fight. Get it done.
Yep. Get her done.
Yeah,
an Iranian cargo plane with a weapons shipment for Hezbollah returned back to Iran after Israel informed it that it would be intercepted. Israel's message to everyone is clear. We have had enough. Don't fuck with us. So, yeah. Here are some upset Hezbollah supporters.
Oh, no! No, my cult leader is dead.
It's too bad. So they've appointed this Hashem Salfalefredi as the he's Nasrallah's cousin. He's the new head of Hezbollah. So, best of luck. Clock's ticking, bro. Anyway, that's about enough of that. So China covered up the sinking of its newest submarine. China sought to cover up the sinking of its newest nuclear-powered submarine, a senior U.S. defense official said on Thursday. The sinking in a shipyard earlier this year was reported by the Wall Street Journal, which said that satellite imagery later showed a large floating crane arriving to salvage it. It's not surprising that the PLA Navy would try to conceal the fact that their new first-in-class nuclear-powered attack submarine sank pierside, as the senior U.S. defense official said, on condition of anonymity, referring to Beijing's People's Liberation Army Navy. So yes, if this story sounds familiar, it's because it happened before. But it wasn't Iran. Sorry, it wasn't. Fuck, now I got Iran on the brain. It wasn't China before. It was fucking India. Someone left a hatch open and crippled India's $2.9 billion submarine. This was their first ballistic submarine. It was out of commission for 10 months because someone neglected to properly close a hatch.
Damn.
So it's a safe bet the same thing happened. The BBC told the director of the Nova massacre film to not describe Hamas as terrorists.
Of course they did.
So he agreed because otherwise it wouldn't get aired.
Yeah, of course.
So it was the price. He says it's the price I was willing to pay so the British public would be able to see these atrocities and decide if this is a terrorist organisation or not. Fuck the BBC. Someone should burn it to the ground. Not literally, figuratively.
It's what you were supposed to do, Boris. Fuck's sake.
Yeah, Boris. Connecticut nanny from hell ordered girl 10 to pose sexy, forced her to watch porn, cops say. A horrified mother went to the police after discovering the nanny she had hired for her daughters spent a fortnight showing them porn, teaching them about sex and making out with her boyfriend. Helen Lee Ferrarillo, 40, was supposed to be taking care of the two sisters aged 8 and 10, along with their 10-year-old friend at the house in North Haven, Connecticut. Instead, they were locked in a closet and endured weeks of sexualized behavior, lewd comments, and lessons in masturbation and oral sex, and affidavit claims. What the fuck? McKenny says no in real life. Yes, well.
No, in Minecraft.
Ferrillo repeatedly masturbated in front of the children and demanded that one girl sniff her fingers afterwards.
What the fuck?
Gross.
Jesus Christ. She also grabbed her breasts and asked her to pose sexy in a bathing suit and held her hands behind her back to make her watch porn. right in the fucking wood chipper.
This woman doesn't get This woman catches a bullet. She's too good.
No,
for the
wood
chipper.
chip feet first into the wood chipper.
Okay, bullet in the head first, and then feet first. Actually, no.
Like,
I'll
the boyfriend too.
Yeah.
Okay, shoot them
Girls
both.
revealed
in the
their
back.
ordeal to the horrified families after Ferrero was sacked for repeatedly not turning up to work.
Yeah.
I guess that's a fucking good thing.
Yeah.
The girl's aunt recorded a call in which she confronted the nanny about her behaviour and pretended she had a recording of her sexualised conversations. Ferrero, who cares, claimed that the girls had initiated the talks before admitting she was sorry and ought to apologise to them. I probably shouldn't have said what I said, she reportedly confessed. This mum's a smart mum. Or the aunt. The girl's aunt recorded in a call that she confronted the nanny about her behaviour and pretended she had a recording of her sexualised conversations. She did the cop thing. She just lied. We've got a confession. We've got a confession. It's fine. Oh, dude. Me Kenny says she wanted a fish smell rating on the halibut scale. Halibut to tuna scale.
Oh.
That's disgusting, man. You're wrong for that.
Bad, man.
You wrong.
That is terrible. The nanny from Wallingford began working for the family on July 15th and would take the girls out for days at the beach nearby East Haven. You have big tits. The boys are going to love you, she told one of the 10-year-olds. What the fuck, man? She's fucking 10. You fucking disgusting weirdo. Put these people in a fucking hole under the prison. Jesus fucking Christ. She's been freed on a $50,000 bond.
No. How about no? How about you stop releasing people?
Apparently, Nathan Wade, manhunt is underway for him. This is Fannie Willis's lover. I don't know if this is a joke or not. One of you posted this, so...
Lover boy Nathan Wade is missing. The House Judiciary Committee, which is investigating Georgia DA Fannie Willis, needs Wade to testify at a hearing tomorrow on their love affair. But no one can find the guy. They're trying to serve him, but he's flown the coop, and now the U.S. Marshals are in a manhunt to track him down. Have they checked the conduct? Lover.
Okay. So, yeah.
Thank you, Jesse.
Marcellus Williams, executed for murder of Felicia Gale despite lawyers, prosecutors, and others suggesting his innocence.
I thought you said Marcellus Wallace for a second.
Marcellus Williams. Maybe I did say Wallace.
No. Yeah.
Stop gaslighting me, Tim. Jesus,
That's a Pulp Fiction reference.
Oh my God, Tim.
It's a Pulp Fiction reference.
I'm an old man. I don't think so quick anymore. Was sentenced to death in 2001 for killing Felicia Gale, a former newspaper reporter found stabbed to death in her home. I'm just going to see how accurate this fucking article is and whether it actually represents the bullshit being spun from the. Because look, I've seen the evidence. He did it. He fucking did it. He fucking killed her. Full stop. Like, he stabbed her to death. Like, the guy was guilty as sin. But for some reason, the Innocence Project has been trying to fucking get him released. I don't understand why.
Because he's black.
Like, it's ridiculous. Miss Gale was 42 years old when she was found dead in a kitchen following a daytime burglary on August 11th, 1998. She'd been stabbed and cut dozens of times. Her purse, her husband's laptop, and other items were also missing from the house. And guess who had them?
Marcellus
Williams. Guess whose girlfriend found him wearing a bloody shirt, like bloody clothes? Marcellus Williams. Guess whose boyfriend? Guess whose girlfriend? Sorry, no. Never mind.
Is this going to be the new O.J. Simpson or something?
No, he's dead. He's been executed. There's no way.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, I'm completing my stories. Yeah, he's dead. He dead.
Key witnesses, alleged known fabricators. So he confessed to an inmate in prison. He claims that Williams confessed to him that he committed the murder while they were both locked up in jail. Henry Cole, who was the person he confessed to, was able to recount details that only the killer could have known. So, Also, the girlfriend was able to do exactly the same thing because he confessed to her as well. So,
and I'm guessing these details weren't exactly public.
No, they weren't public details.
Yeah, exactly.
There was also, according to an application to the Supreme Court penned by lawyers on both sides, evidence of racial bias. And lawyers on both sides, it's like, yeah, the prosecutor was pushing for this to happen as well, because the prosecutor is a Soros-funded restorative justice prosecutor who wanted this guy freed, because black men who kill white women, well, they should get to walk free because fucking slavery or something.
Got to kill another black. Sorry, no, black.
Yes, there was unknown DNA found on the murder weapon recently, because back when he was fucking arrested, there was no trace DNA. No trace DNA was able to be tested because it wasn't a fucking thing yet. So they didn't worry about handling the knife after the fucking lab techs had been done with it. So the DNA that was found on it was the unknown DNA, was the detective on the case and one of the prosecutors, people who would have handled evidence. So,
oh my God,
yeah, the Innocence Project has been like Mick Kenny says, the Innocence Project has been co-opted by liberal tards and wine mums, just like the ACLU, and no longer represents what it was founded to be. Yeah. So yeah. And it's like, oh, spare my father. It's like, well, dude, your dad fucking stabbed the woman to death.
The only cruelty is they let him live that long.
Yeah. Wesley Bell, this is the prosecutor. Marcellus Williams should be alive today. There were multiple points in the timeline that, yeah, he should be alive today. If he hadn't murdered that woman, he would be.
Mm-hmm.
So, naturally, this article just follows the fucking same old line that every fucking article in the media has followed. That, oh, he didn't do nothing.
Always is innocent.
If you're interested about this, there's a video from Actual Justice Warrior that's very good. Shout out to Sean. I know he will never hear this, but anyway. But yes, 5 US death row inmates were executed in 1 week. Woohoo! Getting them done. Just racking them out. Just cranking them out. Just getting them wiped out. Clearing out those death row cells.
Good shit.
So where were they? South Carolina, Missouri, which was the Marcellus Williams one. Texas. A Mullins man with a long history of mental illness who's repeatedly sought to waive his right to appeal his death sentence was sentenced to death for killing his 3-month-old son in January 2008. In a letter submitted to the U.S. District Judge George Hanks in Houston, Mullins wrote in February he had no desire to challenge his case any further and stated that his punishment fit the crime. The 30-year-old is the 4th inmate put to death this year in Texas, the nation's busiest capital punishment state. The other one, the South Carolina one,
doesn't sound that busy.
South Carolina was put inmate Freddie Owens to death for the 1997 killing of a convenience store clerk during a robbery. It was South Carolina's first execution in 13 years, an unintended delay caused by the inability of state prison officials to obtain the drugs needed for lethal injection to carry out executions. The state switched from a 3-drug method to a new protocol of using a single sedative, pentobarbital. How about fentanyl? Just ask the Mexicans. It's fucking everywhere. Just give them a huge dose of fentanyl. Problem solved.
Just a 9mm round is dirt cheap.
No, because someone has to pull the trigger. Then, I don't want someone to have fucking live with that. Alabama carrying out the nation's second execution ever using nitrogen gas. Apparently, it went poorly. Execution involves a mask being placed over the inmate's head that forces the inmate to inhale pure nitrogen. What did he do? He
shooting death of a convenience store.
Another convenience store. Convicted of killing 3 men during a back-to-back workplace shooting in 1999. So 25 years ago. In Oklahoma, Emmanuel Littlejohn received a lethal injection on Thursday after being sentenced to die for his role in the 1992 shooting of a convenience store owner during a robbery. Littlejohn admitted to his role in the robbery, but said he did not fire the fatal shot. Doesn't matter.
Felony murder, boy.
Felony murder, my guy.
And the parole board actually paroled him, but the governor said, "Fuck you."
The hell you do?
Remember, I came to yep.
You,
last line.
You know,
By the
it's
way.
good news when a game company releases a wall of text.png.
Oh god!
Assassin's Creed Shadows. Dear players, Assassin's Creed is a dream. Shadows is a dream project for us. Finally bringing the series to feudal Japan with many features developed with our community in mind. Sorry, my back was just starting. I had to adjust.
Parkour.
Such as parkour or renewed stealth, brought by new technology, all set in a beautiful and immersive world. This is an ambitious addition to the franchise, a rich experience that can be lived through the eyes of two unique protagonists. But we realize we need more time to polish and to refine the experience, pushing further some of our key features. As such, we've made the decision to postpone the release to date February 14, 2025. The game will release on a broad range of platforms, including Steam at launch. Additionally, pre-orders will be refunded and all future pre-orders will be granted the first expansion for free. We understand this decision will come as disappointing news, especially those who've been waiting patiently for an Assassin's Creed game inspired by feudal Japan. But since we believe this is in the best interest of the game and ultimately your experience as the player, rest assured we are looking forward to the moment you will embark on a memorable adventure with Neo and Yasuki. Until then, we thank you for your ongoing support. Mark Alexis Cote, on behalf of all teams working on Assassin's Creed Shadows.
Yeah, the thing is, this game is the first one that doesn't have unique protagonists. Well, I think Naoe is a unique character, but this is the first time that Assassin's Creed has made you play a historical character.
Yeah.
Yes, they're full of shit.
This is the funny thing is this is not because of the right-wing backlash, like the conservative backlash. This is because of the left-wing backlash. They got so much shit from the left over the Afro when you actually I'll see if I can find it.
I know Japan doesn't like it. In Japan,
they don't give a shit about that. Nobody they don't give a shit if the Japanese don't like it. They don't give a fuck.
Oh no, the company doesn't care about what the Japanese think. No.
Yasuke. Let's see if I can find it quickly. Damn it. It was like it's like a gameplay clip, and Yasuke is like squaring up.
Yeah.
And it's literally got this like Afro fucking. Wow. It's fucking.
Oh, I think I remember. Like the music is like hip hop.
This isn't it. This is something someone's made, but.
Yeah.
So see if I can find it.
Yeah, basically, the black man destroying everything.
Like it was a cool track. Like I remember hearing it and going, "Wow, that's really cool," but I mean, that's not Japanese.
Yeah.
Fucking hell. Sorry, I know this is very entertaining to watch me scroll.
No, I vaguely remember this. Like, why are you
probably seen it, but
it's a black guy in Japan, man. Why are you perpetuating black stereotypes?
Yeah, it was like
that.
Yeah,
hip hop.
I'm pretty sure
yeah, the fight music.
The fight music was cool as hell. Like I was like, damn, that's fucking cool. But lefties were like, oh my god, this is so racist. So of course they're like, oh shit, we gotta.
Man, he's
a
black samurai. Why he gotta act like a from the hood?
Why are you having hip hop soundtrack? It's red. This
Did you motherfuckers not watch Samurai
This
Champloo?
racy.
No, these kids are younger than Samurai Champloo. Of course they didn't. Fucking retards.
Paul Tassi says it's embarrassing Ubisoft is admitting they're actually rattled by the cultural war stuff over Outlaws and Shadows. Yes, of course, because Ubisoft's latest release was the Star Wars Outlaws. Nobody gave a shit. Like,
that shit.
It's a mid-game. Like, it's a mid-game. Nobody fucking cares. And you know why? Because they fucking released it on PC and didn't put it on Steam.
Oh, what?
Yeah, it's not on Steam.
Oh, what a fucking mistake.
That's why Assassin's Creed Shadows is like, fuck.
Yeah.
We got to put this shit on Steam. They put it on their platform for PC.
You got to at least put it on GOG.
No, but they put it on their Ubisoft platform.
I know they're Ubisoft or Epic. They're putting on their own stores instead of going to the big number one platform.
Yeah,
Fucking
exactly.
retards.
Yeah, like GOG's not independent anymore. It's owned by the pollen company. The pollen company.
The pollen company.
Yeah, CP. Fuck, I don't remember what project.
From CEO, repolarized comments around Ubisoft. I want to reaffirm that we are an entertainment-first company creating games to the broadest possible audience. Our goal is not to push an agenda. Again, like there was reporting out of Ubisoft about toxic positivity. CD Projekt Red. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
There was reporting out of Ubisoft about around this game with that literally had the line toxic positivity, which was the same line that was around what was that fucking game we covered last week? Was it the one that bombed Concord? That was just full of toxic positivity. Like you couldn't criticize the game. And apparently it's the same deal with Assassin's Creed Shadows. Just toxic positivity. It's fantastic. It's just what you want to hear.
It's gonna take.
Because to be real, I'm being real. Like I enjoyed the Assassin's Creed games, even fucking Valhalla. Like I've put 200 hours into Valhalla. I'm not ashamed to admit it. I don't mind. Like I know people give Ubisoft stick for their collect like the Ubisoft open world, but I like a broad open world that I can spend a lot of time in. Like I don't mind that. I'm a fan of the collect everything kind of deal. Tombole for $5 says, ironically, I studied some feudal Japanese history during some uni unit, but it doesn't translate into a desire to play Assassin's Creed. I remain toxically negative. Tombolo, I can recommend Ghost of Tsushima if you're a fan of what's it called? Ishikawa? Is that the guy who did the does the samurai films in black and white? Is it Ishikawa? I'm probably wrong. This is probably very embarrassing.
No idea.
What's the fucking... It's... Star Wars is based on it. Kurosawa. Fucking idiot. Yeah, thank you, Tim. Kurosawa, yes. I got it just as you messaged me. Yes, Kurosawa. If you're a fan of Kurosawa films, you'll enjoy Ghost of Tsushima. Yeah, Seven Samurai. That's the one I was thinking of. See, Kurosawa's given us fucking Magnificent Seven and Star Wars. What a fucking king! Like directly responsible for both Seven Samurai and fucking Star Wars, or Seven Samurai and all its spin-offs, I guess, spiritual sequels. California's new law will force storefronts to disclose that buyers don't actually own digitally purchased media. So the law AB 2426 will prohibit storefronts from using the word buy, purchase, or any other term which a reasonable person would understand to confer an unrestricted ownership interest in the digital good alongside an option for a limited time rental. The law won't apply to storefronts which state in plain language that you're actually just licensing the digital content and that a license could expire at any time, or to products that can be permanently downloaded. So, lol, the law will go into effect next year, and companies who violate the terms will be hit with false advertising fine. It also applies to ebooks, music, and other forms of digital media. I wholeheartedly approve this law. Companies should be transparent about this bullshit.
Yeah.
Like,
we've lost the war of actually owning the damn
or
thing.
just make it available. Make it available for seriously. Tim has an understanding of this. When did fucking Marvel Heroes stop being available?
2017, when they shut it all fucking down.
Yeah. So 2017. How did you get the Marvel Heroes client, Tim?
The Internet Archive.
Oh, you can just actually go to Steam and install it from there.
I couldn't because it was not in my library.
Oh, okay. Damn it!
But you are right.
Damn it, Tim, you ruined my...
I must have been on my... No, I was going to say that, but yeah, I knew where you were going.
Yeah,
that's the instructions. That was the instructions.
Yeah.
If it's in your library, you can go download it still.
Yeah, you can go download it.
I must have removed it from my library because it was gone.
No, it's still
either that or it was on my old.
One day,
but you can get the
one day it would return, and it has returned.
Yeah.
For those who may not know what I'm talking about, playmh.net is the URL. This is Project Tahiti.
Yes, I've been trying to mess around with it.
It is a fan project to run Marvel Heroes Omega servers. This was a action RPG in the vein of, I guess, Diablo.
Basically, Diablo. Yeah,
that was fucking awesome. And this lets you run a local server or connect to one of the online servers. I think
exactly. There's bugs because they're basically rebuilding the server.
There's bugs galore because they
yeah.
don't have access to the code base, obviously.
That's right.
Because the company that made
the game is
just gone. Yeah.
Yeah,
Gazillion Entertainment.
I was a founder of Marvel Heroes and it was fucking sad.
Same.
But, yeah.
I put a bunch of money into it. I put a few $100 into that game.
Yeah, absolutely.
So, staying on the topic of video games, Tom Henderson says the day before devs returned with Fantastic 2.0 and a new Kickstarter campaign. So apparently they're going to try again and scam even more people. Regaining trust will be tough, but we're motivated to make more games. If our Kickstarter succeeds with its all or nothing model, contributors will be refunded if we miss the target. We value your support and all funds will go to development, not profit. Let's see how many suckers have they've not included the link. You absolute mongs. Where's this fucking... Play free now. What's this now? Escape Factory. We would like to address recent misinformation circulating online regarding the use of assets in our games. Want to make it clear that all assets used in the Day Before, Prop Night, and Escape Factory were either created by us or legally acquired. Fanta implies that misinformation is being spread. However, no media coverage states that the assets required unscriptedly. Oh, fuck's sakes. These guys are so fucking shit.
Did they get caught?
Anybody who gives them one fucking dollar deserves to have their money taken from them. What you should do is you should give money to me instead. Ghosts of Yote protagonist is voiced by radical activist Erika Ishii, who thinks the police are white supremacists and supports transgender ideology.
Oh, this whore. Okay.
They always look the fucking same.
Yeah, Erika Ishii is one of those actresses because she's in that clique in the AAA game production. So she's not a random. Yeah.
Sucker Punch, a subsidiary of PlayStation Studios, announced their next title, Ghost of Yote, a sequel to Ghost of Tsushima. Reveals the game's main character, Atsui, will be voiced by radical activist Erika Ishii. Yeah, nice haircut. Yeah, that's the liberal. That's the liberal haircut.
Yeah.
Or the BPD haircut.
Aren't the voice actors supposed to be on strike right now?
No clue, but this would have been done a long time beforehand. She's also in the new Mortal Kombat stuff. Yeah. She hangs out with those people.
Whose bio claimed that she uses all pronouns. Sports body mutilation, whatever. I honestly, look, I don't care who the actor is, as long as they don't bring their bullshit into the role, which...
she does bring... That's the thing. She does bring her bullshit into the roles that she plays. There was an ad lib in one... Yeah.
It's like bright colours on snakes and spiders. It's like bright colours, like fucking stay away.
Look, for the projects...
That and blue hair.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, for the projects that she's involved in, so AAA video games, like DC stuff...
If she's doing voice and mocap, it doesn't matter.
No, but the thing is...
read the fucking part.
But that's the thing, is they don't just read the part. They ad-lib and they do insert their own sorts of things into it, and those ad-libs are included in later projects. Like, all these people are part of the same clique, whether you're a scriptwriter or an actor. right? Like they'll make shit up and still add it in. There was a famous, well, not famous, but she bragged about an ad lib she did for one of the DC movies, and I think she's playing Dr. Light, the female version of Dr. Light, who's Asian. She makes some ad lib insult towards Ayn Rand, and then she goes on Twitter and says, "Oh, I'm so glad that they kept in this ad lib that I made about Ayn Rand and conservatism and all that shit." And you're like,
how dare she slander my girl?
I'm not a fan of Ayn Rand. I don't really follow
Tim,
it.
Tim most affected.
I've never really read Ayn Rand. I don't
Kenny
understand
says Tim,
the
just because she
fascination.
works on woke projects doesn't make her projects any better. Fuck them all.
That's what I'm saying. Well, they're all work projects because it's all done in Hollywood, motherfucker.
Yeah.
Like that's
Anyway,
what I'm saying. They do.
PlayStation hasn't released anything good in a while, so I doubt they're going to break their streak with this.
I don't play these games anyway. I've never even read Ayn Rand. I know about the shrug.
Sony just wants you to spend another $1,300 on a fucking PlayStation Pro. Again. How about no?
No, I threw. I
and
threw away
remember,
all my
they just fucking spent $400 million getting their.
You just got your shit pushed in. It's over.
It's so over.
I've actually purged all my consoles. I don't have any consoles anymore.
Like the last success PlayStation had was Helldivers, which was the biggest fucking game in the world, and then Sony came in and went, let's make everybody use PlayStation Network, and then take it away from countries that don't have PlayStation Network.
And we all like,
wait, why is nobody playing our game anymore? Fucking idiots. Oh, they reversed their decision, so you're not going to need PlayStation Network to play Helldivers.
I'm so annoyed they reversed.
But they
the
didn't
decision.
return it to that. But they haven't released it for all the countries that can't use PlayStation
No,
Network.
I was in line to get a refund until they reversed the decision. Then after that, I was like, no, you can't do it.
Like, no!
God damn it!
I'm only a PC gamer from here on. I tell a lie. I've got like an old an emulation console, like a retro handheld, but that's it. I got rid of my PS4, got rid of my Switch.
Oh, don't say that, Eric.
But
no,
I have
GTA 6 won't fly.
I have high hopes that Rockstar likes money more than they want to. Because if you think about it, the only thing that keeps Take-Two in the money is GTA Online.
Yeah,
that is responsible for a fuck ton of their money. They every single analyst call, every single reporting period they go through, they're talking about GTA, so the next GTA game. If there's even a hint that there's woke garbage or that it's going to be controversial in the worst way, because it's fine to be controversial, you can kill hookers. Nobody gives a shit. Gamers don't care. Gamers are going to buy it.
Yeah.
That kind of controversy is fine. But it'll do just below Red Dead 2 numbers. Watch. Maybe.
Look, I'll go back.
I
was playing GTA 5 recently. If you go back and listen to the radios stations on GTA 5, half of the jokes and shit that they're making in GTA 5, they're still relevant today. You still could apply them today.
Yeah.
So you're still going to see Trump jokes, DeSantis jokes,
as long as
in GTA 6.
I have no fucking trouble with them lampooning conservatives. Exactly. They have no fucking problem with it. Nobody should, as long as you are across the board fair. As long as you fucking lampoon everybody,
and that's what GTA
lampoon
5
society in general.
Yes, that's right.
Lampoon gun culture, lampoon fucking trans stuff, lampoon all that stuff. The only thing that makes me worried is that when they did the expanded and enhanced version for current gen consoles, they removed a reference. It was just a fucking tiny reference.
They renamed everything,
but it
didn't
was
they?
it was
location.
No, it was a doll. It was an action figure, in one of the comic book stores, and the action figure. Yeah, that's right. Most people who worked on 5 didn't work on 6. Yeah.
Yeah.
But I thought
they
removed an action figure, and it was a trans reference. It was and they removed it, and I thought, oh, that's
So maybe a
That's
warning sign.
concerning.
But I thought they actually changed like the story. Like the GTA no longer takes place in the United States. Like they totally changed it all. Like it's not called Florida
in the US.
Yeah, but sorry.
It's in the United States of America, but it's in different states. It's like San Andreas.
So San Andreas,
Liberty City, like it's like an alternative US.
GTA, yeah, like they changed. Like it used to canonically be in Florida, but I thought they changed that.
There to run the scripting, the radio shows.
I thought they changed.
They changed. He's been there for a while though. It's just like there's a ton of stuff done for it.
I knew it. It's.
So I like the three. Like it looks amazing. Like from what I've seen. So
the trailer. They took the real life Florida man footage, and all that, and they had the bitch twerking on the limo.
Yeah.
Well, it was for you, but like they've actually changed the U.S. state of Florida to Leonidas.
Yeah, it's Leonidas. It's always been different states. Like the names.
Yeah,
of
they
the
always
states.
change the names of states.
Because Vice City was always canonically in Florida.
No, Vice City was always in Leonidas. Same as Liberty City is in Liberty State.
I'm looking on the GTA wiki now, and I go to state of Florida, and then it says for the state in the HD universe, see state of Leonida. So
yeah,
so Leonida.
We're in the HD version, right?
Yeah, but hey,
GTA 3 is the HD universe. GTA 3 and on is the HD universe.
Yeah.
What's the 3D universe? Leonida is Florida. Okay, yeah.
Yeah, Leonidas is Florida. Fucking San Andreas is California. San Fierro is Nevada. Like it's all different.
Eric, you're wrong. Liberty City.
Forbes supposed to take place in New York City. They reworked it into Liberty City. No, it's always been Liberty City.
It's always been Liberty City.
GTA 3 was in Liberty City. It's the same fucking city. So
yeah.
Yeah, it's in the state of Liberty, which is just Liberty State.
Yeah, Liberty State. Because Liberty City, like New York State. Yeah.
Liberty City, Liberty.
In this very house.
Anyway, let's listen to everybody's favorite libertarian.
They have allowed the entry of bloody dictatorships like those of Cuba and Venezuela without the slightest reproach.
It is, yeah.
In this very house that claims to defend the rights of women, it allows countries that punish their women for showing skin to enter the Committee for the Elimination of Discrimination Against Women. In this very house, there has been a systematic voting against the State of Israel, which is the only country in the Middle East that defends liberal democracy, while simultaneously demonstrating a total inability to respond to the scourge of terrorism. In this very house that claims to defend human rights, they have allowed the entry of bloody dictatorships like those of Cuba and Venezuela without the slightest reproach. In this very house that claims to defend the rights of women, it allows countries that punish their women for showing skin to enter the Committee for the Elimination of Discrimination Against Women. In this very house, there has been a systematic voting against the State of Israel.
Oh, this just looped and I just missed it.
Yeah.
So yes, so the UN had a General Assembly session this week. So there were a lot of people were there talking, including this Haitian guy who apparently doesn't know how glasses work. Or how to drink.
Respect for its dignity.
Yes.
Anyway. Maggie Smith has died at the age of 89. Rest in peace. Rip Professor McGonagall. So yes, the king, yes, of course she was a dame, so the king made a statement so that they were deeply saddened, yada yada. So yeah, she was 89, so fucking yeah. Insane contracts signed by Arkansas couple who tried to sell their 2-month-old baby boy to a stranger for $1,000 and a 6-pack of beer. An Arkansas couple signed an insane contract in a twisted effort to pawn off their 2-month-old baby to strangers at a campsite for $1,000 and some beers. Darian Tyler Urban and Shailene Faith Ehlers were trying to trade their baby boy to a man they met at a campground near Beaver Lake on Saturday when the manager called police.
I would hope so, yes.
Yes. Deputies arrived on the scene and learned that the couple had signed a letter granting custody to a man named Cody Martin in exchange for a $1,000 cashier's check. The duo had earlier passed their baby off to another man who was noticeably intoxicated for some beer. The contract read, I, Darren Urban, and Shailene Elhurst signing a rights over to Martin of our baby for $1,000. After signing this, there will be no changing y'all two's mind to never contact again. Jesus, look at these fucking two. Jesus fucking Christ. They smart. They is. What kind of
my
beer?
sister wife.
Oh, fucking Christ, I have no idea. I can only imagine it's cause. When deputies arrived on the scene, Ellis and Urban were nowhere to be found. Crawford had told deputies he approached the young couple earlier and offered to take their baby for the night in exchange for a 6-pack of beer. That sounds terrible, but I guess he meant to look after the kid, not to fucking take their kid for the night. The couple were taken into custody and charged with endangering the welfare of a minor and attempting to commit consideration for relinquishing a minor for adoption. So they broke the law by offering money for an adoption. Adoptions can't have financial inducements.
I guess that's one way to deal with it.
Where are we? Brand. Need to make a change just quickly. You know what time it is.
ceiling
You
cast.
know what time it is, chat.
You know what
It's
time
everybody's
it
favourite
is.
time. It's time for the Ricada Zone.
Ricada's already won.
No, the fuck he didn't. Quite the opposite, Robert, my friend.
So I might have to play that a few times so that you guys can actually catch all the details that have been put in that very fancy clip that I made.
Ricada's already won.
Gabbo. Is that Simpsons?
Yeah, the issue is just
Gabbo
cuts
reference?
out.
It's the monkey. Whenever I see Barnes going on a rant about Ricada, that's what I think, because Viva just sits there and laughs, sits there and smiles like an idiot. And that's what went through my head. It's like he's the monkey with the symbols.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. But yes, anyway, we got the ruling from the omnibus hearing. So this isn't going to be a very long one because, Nick's already won. So no, he's not. He lost. So the judge ruled that there is no cause for a hearing. Detective Pumplin did not lie.
No.
And that Nick is an idiot. And probably a drug user. So yes, the request for the motion was denied. His motion to suppress ammunition in the firearms is denied. Interestingly enough, any other omnibus issues not argued with particularity or otherwise specifically identified have been waived.
Yep. So there's exactly.
Well, it makes sense. It's literally called an omnibus hearing. The idea is you hear all of your fucking issues at once.
You want them? That's right.
I think Nick even said as much. So I hope he's not surprised that nothing has been preserved.
And he gets there's no further motions that will be accepted on this. There's no appeals, no other.
Next step is a settlement conference. So
yep.
So the court will reach out to Nick and the
You want to plea or not?
And no, they'll reach out to Nick and the prosecutor, and they'll set a meeting and they will sit down and decide scheduling.
Yep. Oh, that's
and
what settlement.
I presume during the meeting, Nick will be offered a deal.
Yep. So I'm thinking civil settlement.
And Nick will take that deal, and this will be over.
You would think so. You would think so.
If he has half a brain cell in his head,
I don't think he does.
He will take the fucking deal, unless the deal includes jail time. He will take the fucking deal.
Yeah, you would hope so.
I would hope so. Yes.
Yeah.
For the sake of his family, I would hope so. Yeah. Yes, he's got. It is what I've always said. If he has the second this shit like this came down as denied, he will plea out.
Yeah.
So he will plea because that's exactly what he's going to do. Yeah, Barnes has been pretty quiet since the ruling. Funny that. Because don't forget,
Ricada's already won.
Yeah, he's already won.
Ricada's already won. He's already won. I actually want to go through the video Sean made and replace all the Barnes clips with like just Viva there with the clapping monkey. I think it's far more apt.
I'm sure there's an AI that can do that for you.
Why would it I can do it myself. It's not hard. It's not,
I don't know how many there are. So.
It's not like making that was difficult. But so much winning. You're going to get tired of winning, Tombola. You're going to get tired.
Mm-hmm.
Oh God.
So yes, it was denied. So I guess the next step is scheduling a meeting and organising a time. So another win for the toe, I guess.
Yep.
So yeah, and that's all there is in Recat. Actually, let me check real quick if there's anything new.
I haven't heard anything new.
Oh, Barnaby Joyce is apparently calling to ban Chinese EVs from Australia.
But that's like all the EVs.
Yeah, but what you can get here, unless it's a Tesla, you're not getting.
Let's just check BNN.
No, there's just the end of Ava meme. That's about it.
And practicing lawyers for proudly fucking so. I know they keep saying it, but I'm just sitting here going,
is this blue?
But their analysis is bad. I started to get the feeling that maybe the practicing lawyers out there don't deal with Frank's challenges to warrants, and maybe the non-practicing lawyer, the retarded, stupid non-practicing lawyer, maybe he has some idea of how a Frank's challenge works, and you fucking don't, which is embarrassing to be worse at this than me. So people make a lot of mountains out of molehills.
Has he done a stream since?
He didn't even do the last stream that he promised.
I know he's very not very good at doing streams anymore. Well,
yeah, he's not good.
He wasn't for a while.
It's true.
It all comes bordering down.
What is
glad
this?
I've got that reference.
Oh, it's the whole fucking song. I've had that stuck in my head all week, thanks to Sean.
Good job, Sean.
It's the third impact scene from
I know.
End of Ava. Yes,
I know.
I was talking in the chat.
One of the few anime I have seen.
Yes,
is Neon Genesis Evangelion.
The first DVD I ever bought was End of Ava.
So, there's nothing new. What's this? He's got another argument. Fucking hell.
Of course. Getting into Twitter arguments.
Something with Dick.
Nice work selectively cropping to remove the fact that I was not talking about my omnibus hearing. Okay, I withdraw my statement.
Really?
You were actually just talking about Aaron's case.
You received your wife's nudes in a highly suspicious group chat that you repeatedly refused to describe the nature of, or define your relationship with Aaron to the detriment of your motion to dismiss. Funny how you brought up Aaron's supposed unreliability as a witness, then dropped the entire concept in your reply after the prosecution double dared you to elaborate.
So you admit you lied? No, I probably just made a mistake.
No, I don't know.
Who knows? Whatever. Nigga's fucked and deserves to be.
Yeah, he's turbo fucked.
Fuck
I know. I don't know if Barnes has been quiet on his locals. I know he's been quiet on. He hasn't been on Viva's channel because Viva hasn't been on Viva's channel. Viva's on holidays.
I'm almost certain Barnes has blocked me anyway, so I don't follow him. I'm gonna double check that.
Yeah, no idea.
Is it just at Barnes Law?
Robert Barnes. I'm not blocked yet.
Barnes _ Law.
Probably because it's. I don't even know who you are.
Yep. Yeah, I'm blocked. I was blocked long ago. Long ago.
Barnes just reposting stuff.
Oh, he's not talking about it now. He's just talking about RFK and Trump and all that shit.
Yeah, he's moved on.
Is there anybody in the replies being like, "What
Which
is
is what we all predicted him to do.
Ricardo? I can't like."
He'll come back tomorrow and say, "Who the fuck is Nick Ricardo?
Never
heard of him in my life."
He'll just never bring Ricardo up ever again.
He was a crappy lawyer, Nick Ricardo.
Well, this never forget, boys.
Ricardo's already won.
Ricardo's already won. Yes, Barnes was an entertaining storyteller. And look, that's a good
he
skill
wasn't.
for a.
Was he never?
I
used to watch the
he's
show.
a good storyteller.
No, he is.
He's not.
It's the same as Alex Jones. Alex Jones is a good storyteller. Just don't believe everything fucking says.
Alex is, but I don't know. I always watched. I used to watch Vivo Barnes.
Okay, hear me out.
Only for
Barnes is a great lawyer. He's an incredible lawyer. That's why I owe $1.5 billion to some people in Connecticut.
Yeah. Oh yes, I've always kind of zoned out when Barnes has ever spoken. So yeah, I used to watch Viva Barnes, but only for Vivo. But nowadays, no, fuck both of them.
Moving along. California will officially apologize for its state's role in slavery and discrimination.
What role?
Wait, what role?
Yeah.
Why is the current
I too am confused.
Which never
I did
held
have to
any
look it
slave.
up. I did have to look it up. California
talking about the
was
Chinese?
formed. Like California was founded before the Civil War. So, but I'm pretty sure they didn't actually do anything in the.
They were a free state, but that's not including the Chinese.
Yeah, they were an
that
unincorporated
used.
territory or something.
Yeah. They weren't exactly a state at the time.
But yeah, so thanks, I guess, California, for apologizing for slavery, I guess.
Yeah, I guess.
The two leftists who attacked a Vincent van Gogh painting in London have been sentenced to prison. Phoebe Plummer, who had the pink hair, received a 2-year sentence, while Anna Holland received 20 months. Plummer received the longest sentence because she was involved in another criminal direct action. Due to limited space, both are expected to serve just 40% or less of their sentences. These are the ones. That's before everybody realised that these things are actually have like
behind screens
mylar,
and
mylar glass, like bulletproof glass in front of them.
Yeah.
Well, they're up against the wall, I guess. So there's one more
Let me
step.
fucking glue my hand to stuff. Glue's a petroleum product, boys.
How about you glue your hand
There
to your
was
pussy
there
and
was
then
new
see how that
stuff
feels?
from these guys this week. Let me find it. They did it again, which is fucking retarded.
Of course they did.
I think it was another. I think it might have been the same painting. Yeah, it was.
Again?
It was the same painting.
Really?
Van Gogh painting souped hours after Phoebe and Anna sentenced.
Oh my God, why are you convicted of people in prison demanding an end to new oil and gas, something which is now government policy. After sustained interruptive actions, countless headlines, and the resulting political pressure, future generations will regard these prisoners of conscience to be on the right side of history.
Just once in my life, I want to be able to beat the shit out of these people. Just once. Give me one. Give me one.
Has California apologized for Spanish Inquisition yet?
Never. Never.
BK says the farthest west of the Civil War really reached was Texas, a little bit of Oklahoma, and the corner of Kansas. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. Oh, yes, I am 100% a fan of vigilantism. Yeah, beat those people.
Oh, yeah, beat them up.
I am happy that they're fucking going to prison, though. I think that's hilarious.
Yeah.
But yes, supporters of Just the... I love that Just the Boiler's pointing out the two-tier Kia stuff. Pedophile that drugged school children and used them to masturbate gets 12 months suspended sentence.
No one likes Kia.
Supporters of Just Stop Oil did this in solidarity with Phoebe and Anna. I hope they join them in prison.
Yep.
So the pedos should go to jail much longer too. Staying in the UK in prisons, 37 dangerous prisoners were accidentally released due to reduce overcrowding. What, of the country? So now they're going to kill people.
Apparently, there's a limit.
It's pretty crowded, so we need
prisons.
to release some murderers to get those numbers down. One of those mistakenly released is understood to have allegedly reoffended and has been charged with intentionally touching a woman.
Oh no, but we can't put him back in prison.
Public safety is our first priority. That's why we took decisive action to fix the broken prison system we inherited and keep the most dangerous offenders locked up. Except for the ones we accidentally released.
Yeah, except the ones you
ironically,
released.
while they were trying to reduce prison overcrowding, the UK government was sending people to prison over social media posts about recent riots, or releasing people convicted of far more serious offences.
Yeah,
Yes.
they're the ones who are flooding the prisons at the moment.
I might stay with the UK. I have this interview.
Because UK is a shit
what's happened
show.
there? I have to stop sharing and reshare because it just fucking reloaded the whole thing. Share screen. Share screen. This is the Chancellor of the Exchequer, which is the Treasurer, basically. She's in charge of all the money.
Scottish thing?
No, it's the British thing.
Exchequer? What the fuck?
The Exchequer is the.
Is that an acronym or something?
It's the bank. Fucking hell! What's going on here? So yes, this was an interview. It was over donations, but she gets.
We're going to be talking live to the Chancellor, Rachel Reeves, on what by any account really has to be an exceptionally difficult morning for her politically. Because
Like, this is a
as we
fucking
were saying
train
earlier,
wreck.
there are all these elephants. She wants to talk about the economy.
Of course.
She wants to talk about being a bit more upbeat about the economy. But what she cannot get away with is this stampede of elephants. Which has been pursuing the Labour Party since this story about freebies broke. So we can go straight now to the Chancellor, Rachel Reeves. Good morning, Ms. Reeves. Can you hear us all right?
Good morning. Also, chat. What do you notice about the journalists in this particular piece?
The one with the glasses.
You will notice it at the end. It's nothing about their physical appearance. It's about their affect and the way they approach this particular interview.
Good morning. You're having quite, with you. You're having quite a morning. Free suits, free glasses, free Taylor Swift tickets, free holidays, and in your case, a free £7,500 worth of posh frocks, which when you declared it, which you did, frankly, it looks as if you were being a bit evasive about it because you didn't describe them as dress.
Sorry for the chat who don't speak English or the King's English. Posh frocks should be translated to fancy women's clothes.
Yes.
Or clothes.
Lingerie.
You called it support. Shouldn't you just have been upfront about it and said, I've got a gift of free clothes?
Well, an old friend of mine wanted to support me during the election campaign, and the way that she wanted to support was to help me buy clothes for the campaign trail and for big events, and I was very grateful for that support. We declared it in the proper way, and we asked the registrar the best way to record it, and we did it in the way that was asked of us. I never planned to continue this in government, but it was something that was very beneficial to me during the campaign.
It doesn't look good, does it? To call dresses support. It looks as if you're trying to be vague about it, obfuscating.
It's like calling bras scaffolding.
Well, look, the way that we record things is the way that we are asked to record things. I do understand why people think it is a bit odd. I get that. It's not something that myself or other ministers are going to continue doing now that we are in government. But political campaigns do rely on donations. I think it is right that the majority of political campaigns is funded by donors, big and small, rather than taxpayers. And I think it is very important that all of that is declared properly so people can judge whether there are, for example, conflicts of interest.
What do you say to the many people, far too many to read out on air this morning, and you've seen the letters to the papers and you've seen what's happening on the internet. This story's gone viral with the public, not with the media, but with the public. And they see you as being exactly the same as the Conservatives that you constantly attacked for having their snouts in the trough.
Can I give you one example? Angela Rayner back in 2021, Deputy Prime Minister now, but 3 years ago said, "Who do you think you are, Boris Johnson, telling working class people to rely on their own efforts when you go around with a begging bowl to donors to pay for your posh new wallpaper? And you can't live off your salary. Disgusting." What is the difference between Boris Johnson asking donors to pay for wallpaper and Labour MPs asking donors to pay for holidays and clothes?
Well, if I remember correctly, there were issues around the transparency of those donations that weren't properly declared at the time. But let me give you an example of something that I'll be announcing.
Angela Rayner did not mention transparency in that tweet. Angela Rayner specifically said, "You're telling working class people to rely on their own efforts while you go round with a begging bowl to donors when you can't survive on your salary. That's disgusting. Nothing about transparency or declarations. What is different when Labour MPs do it to when Tory MPs do it?
Well, we're now in government and we know that different rules apply and we have to hold ourselves to the highest standards when we are making decisions both around tax and spending, but also where we're making decisions, and so any issues of conflicts of interest are even more important. But let me give you an example of something that I'm setting out in my conference speech today to get a grip of the cronyism that we did see under the previous government.
No, sorry,
You'll remember
I'm not talking,
during the pandemic,
but the thing is,
contracts...
Rachel Reeves, the point is, the hypocrisy is now.
So, Chad, have you figured it out yet? Have you figured it out?
Good morning, Britain's not playing ball.
They're actually fucking holding people to account. They're actually they're criticizing them. They're not being fucking courtesans. It's incredible.
Yeah. Oh my God, it's actual journalism.
It's almost like they're practicing actual fucking
Did I have a
journalism.
stroke and now I'm in heaven?
Yes. Yes, no. This is actually AI generated. The prompt to the AI was, can you generate a interview where a journalist actually does their fucking job?
What Labour voters can't understand is if you said to the
I
Tories,
almost feel sorry
it's
for
not
her,
okay to take donations
she is like a
for
deer in
personal
fucking
benefit.
headlights.
Why is it different if you're a Labour MP?
I think the point that I'm making is that now we're in government, we will be doing things differently, and we won't be taking donations, for example, for clothes. Boris Johnson was Prime Minister when he was getting donations for wallpaper in his flat, which would
but they won't be doing it anymore.
Properly.
Okay, so the only difference. So you say the only difference
well, I
is
think
that
there's two things. I think there's two
it shouldn't
things
be
that we're
accepted
in
when you're in
government.
government. Okay, so the difference is being in government,
and that it should all be. And the other difference is that everything is declared properly.
Yes, but you weren't
we
saying
have
this
said we're
last
going to
week,
do
were
things
you? When
differently in government.
No, but you're only saying this now, after the media storm and after this has all become horribly public. Just a minute. We interviewed ministers on this programme last week, and you were all doubling down on this. You were all saying that it was absolutely fine, that there was nothing to see here, nothing to apologise for, you've done nothing wrong. Now, the Monday after, the week before, you're saying, well, actually, yeah, now we're in government, we won't accept these gifts. But you weren't saying that last week. You've responded to the backlash.
Well, I've been Chancellor for 80 days, and since then I haven't taken donations for clothes, so I have changed what I...
It's like, I haven't taken donations for clothes. Have you taken donations for anything? There's not an election for 5 years. What are you fundraising for?
Yeah.
Like, what would you be fundraising for? Like, this is...
Oh my God.
I don't know if... I don't think we've really covered the, this whole affair, but it's been quite a to-do in the UK, to do with Keir Starmer, because they were calling him two-tier Keir, obviously, because of the two-tier justice system. They've started calling him free gear tier, like free deer Keir, so like free gear tiers, as in free stuff Keir. Because of this, because there's been a whole rash of things. Like he took a few trips. He took a trip from a multi-millionaire donor, a trip to his apartment in the UK. In New York, like his villa somewhere with his son, so that his son could study for his A-levels, which is like his SATs, or his HSC over here. The deputy prime minister took a holiday in his apartment in fucking in New York. Like it's this one guy has given them so much money, and he was also given a pass, an all access pass to number 10, like number 10 Downing Street. It's like being given an all access pass to the White House. Like it's so skeevy and disgusting, and the irony, it's the hypocrisy that's got people mad, mostly mad, because the Labor Party did no end of beating up on the Tories, as rightly they should, for doing the same thing. So I guess what's good for the goose is good for the gander. So
I've done since I've become Chancellor of the Exchequer. But we are also making sure we're getting a grip of cronyism, because I think what really grates is that people donate and then they get something in return. And what we saw during the pandemic was people who had donated to the Conservative Party then getting government contracts, government money for things like PPE. And in some cases, that PPE never arrived. In other cases...
Or a pass in the case of Lord Ali, who's at the centre of all this, a pass to number 10, which nobody could quite work out why he got it, but now we can. I mean, for example, what's the connection between Lord Ali, his pass, and Angela Rayner getting a free holiday on him to New York? Great flights there and back, wonderful stay in a luxury apartment that he owns. Well, I do beg your pardon, she paid for the flights. I was misinformed on that. However, she had a wonderful holiday at his expense in New York. Why? Why would he want to give her that, and what good would that do the country?
Well, I expect, Richard, many of your viewers, and maybe you as well, have stayed at friends' apartments or flats or houses in the past. And I think it is reasonable that, you know, if you own a home in a beautiful city or place, that you lend it to your friends to have a holiday.
I told you, fucking train
I've done that.
A lady to a shadow minister.
Well,
can't you see the connection?
Well, I think it is perfectly reasonable that friends, if you're going on holiday, say you can stay in my apartment, and it's all declared properly. No one's trying to hide anything here. Everything was declared properly, and I think that's right. And I think it is also important that people that donate to political parties, that it's not, it shouldn't be a dirty word. Our politics relies on donations because the alternative is taxpayer funding for political campaigns. And I don't think anybody wants to see that when particularly we're going through a cost of living crisis. And so political parties, all political parties, rely on donors, big and small, to fund the leaflets that we put through doors, the digital ads, the billboards, and all of that.
Angela Rayner, the donation was for a personal trip. That stay in New York was a personal holiday. That wasn't necessary for political business,
I expect there are many... No, I didn't claim that. And what I've also said is I expect there are many people watching this programme, and maybe you as well, have stayed in a friend's apartment or property before when you've gone on holiday.
Time I checked,
friends lend each other apartments.
I don't make government policy, and I can't hand out passes to number 10 Downing Street, which may lead to an influence on government policy. I mean, it's a completely,
which is why we have to declare everything.
Different set of circumstances. So you've already said that since you've been in government...
Which is why politicians have to declare things.
No, but Rachel, if you said it's just like viewers who might have a holiday home, lending it to a friend, and now you're saying, well, actually, it's completely different. That's why we had to declare it. Of course it's completely different, because you're politicians. Nobody wants you influenced by people giving you
She could have stopped
donations.
It once you. Nobody
Finally,
wants you.
You've said that you're no longer, now that you're in government, you'll no longer accept freebies. So was the Prime Minister wrong then to accept the donation from the Premier League of tickets worth £4,000 for the Taylor Swift concert?
Well, I've said that I will no longer take donations for clothes. I don't begrudge ministers or shadow ministers going to football matches or pop concerts. Keir's a massive Arsenal supporter. Of course he's going to carry on going to watch Arsenal games.
It was a Taylor Swift concert.
You asked about football as well.
It was the Taylor Swift concert.
The gift was from the Premier League for the Taylor Swift concert.
Okay, I don't begrudge ministers or shadow ministers going to pop concerts and taking hospitality tickets, as long as it's properly declared. I don't have a problem with that.
Well, Minister, you may not begrudge it, but I can tell you the voters do. You don't seem to be in step with public opinion on this at all. But thank you very much for joining us and making your defence.
I understand.
I'm so sorry, we're out of time, but thank you for being with us this morning.
You just got your shit pushed in. It's over.
It's so over.
I watched that the first time and I was just like, oh, dude. So I watched a guy called the Black Belt Barrister, and he actually, there he is. He's just popped up. That's his video on it. He did a video on it with a few clips from it. So I watched the original one, and I was like, "Oh my god, this is a fucking train wreck! Like, god damn! Like, what a fucking disaster! Like, she just walked into a buzzsaw." And that's the kind of stuff that is the media needs to be doing. Like,
yeah,
you don't have an answer? Give me a fucking answer. No, what's your answer? We're not moving on until you give me an answer to the fucking question. And do it to Trump and do it to fucking Kamala. It needs to happen. Like, this is how the media is supposed to work. They were meant to be our representatives. I don't get to fucking walk up and talk to Kamala or Trump and ask them questions. The media is meant to do that for us. Like, that's the problem. That's what they're fucking for, and they don't do it. So, but I just thought this was a very good example of journalists doing what they pretend their actual job is. So
yeah. Finally.
Anyway, from one politician that nobody likes to another politician that nobody likes, Eric Adams has been indicted after a federal corruption investigation.
Oh no!
There've been murmurs about this investigation for a while.
Yeah.
Ever since he called out the migrants coming in.
Yeah. I think it actually dates back a while. So this was from his campaign.
They probably had the dirt on him for a while, and it's like, he's bad mouthing the immigrants now. Boom, pull the trigger.
All right, but yes, the allegation is that he took money from the Turkish government and filtered it through straw donors in order to fund his campaign. Which is, well, very, very illegal. So yeah, he's they claim he fraudulently got $10 million in public funds, $123,000 in free luxury travel and ritzy perks. The $10 million in funds comes from New York has I don't know if it's New York City or just New York, or if it's New York State or New York City. But New York has a thing where they do dollar matching on small contributions. And because Adams had all his donations in small contributions from the Turkish government, he applied and got them matched with public funds as well.
Ooh.
So, yeah, he was also accepting free flights on Turkish Airlines.
Yeah.
What they got in return was the Turkish embassy had its had stuff fast tracked for it. So,
yeah.
Actual Justice Warrior has a very good video about it. But yeah, he
they're probably guilty, but still.
Yeah, I heard something about Bill de Blasio's wife stealing something like $1 billion or something, like some ridiculous amount from New York while he was mayor, like from some fund. Let me see if I can find it.
New York cannot catch a break. Every mayor's just fucking stealing shit.
But yeah, where's its $850 million go? Bill de Blasio's wife can't account for a staggering amount of taxpayer money that the New York mayor gave her for a mental health project. So yeah, that's but Trump says it's a witch hunt. It's a witch hunt. It's because he called him out. It's fake news.
I will say
witch hunt.
this. I watched about a year ago when he talked about how the illegal migrants are hurting our city and the federal government should pay us and we shouldn't have to take them. And I said, you know what? He'll be indicted within a year. And I was exactly right, because that's what we have. We have people that use the Justice Department and the FBI at levels that have never been seen before. So I wish him luck. I don't know anything about what he did, but I told a lot of people right over there, that group was saying, you know, sir, you were right about that. When they mentioned that, I said, they came in and he was pretty strong about it. He said, this is...
Mick Kennedy says the Clinton campaign accepted millions of dollars from the Saudis, but that would never influence Hillary's political decisions and alliances. Yep. Take a look at the fucking Clinton Foundation.
Yeah.
How much money they've taken from different places. And I mean, you can play the same game on Trump's side. Though I think like the $2 billion of money from to Jared Kushner was a loan, which is like, okay, well, the loan is expected to be paid back. Like when I give money to the Clinton Foundation, it's not expected to come back. So that's a bit different.
Yeah.
So, of course, this is I fucking love how Trump talks. Yes.
It's really unfair to make us carry this burden. We shouldn't be doing this. This is New York City. I mean, your parks are loaded up. I just passed recently Madison Avenue, the Roosevelt Hotel. It's like nobody would recognize it. That's Midtown. But he came out very strongly against it. He was right, by the way, because it's ruining our country. He was honest. And I said, he will be indicted within a year. And that's what happened. And I noticed the indictment's very old. It goes back a long time. Well, I had the same thing. They went way before the statute of limitations. So I wish him well, but I said that he will be indicted because he did that. You take a look. That's what they do. These are dirty players. These are bad people. They cheat, and they do anything necessary. These are bad people. And we need an honest Justice Department. We need an honest FBI, and we need it fast. Yeah.
Yep. So yeah.
I mean, yeah, true.
Yeah. Look, Actual Justice Warrior has a good video on this as well. So he's guilty. Like, I'm sorry, Donald. He's guilty. He actually did. He did it.
Yeah.
So and he's probably going to get fucking charged with obstruction of justice too, because he changed the PIN number. He changed the PIN on his phone to something more complex to make it easier for so that no one in his staff would accidentally log into his phone and delete stuff. And then he forgot the password. So,
so now the FBI is like,
so he was just trying to help. He was trying to help and make sure that no one accidentally deleted their stuff off their phone. One of the assistants that was when the FBI rocked up, she excused herself to go to the bathroom and wiped her phone. So these guys are getting extra charges. I fucking guarantee you.
Oh yes.
Speaking of lots of charges, Diddy's lawyer has confirmed that he's prepared to testify in court, potentially exposing other high-profile figures in an effort to reduce his sentence. I don't know that I could keep him off the stand. I think he's very eager to tell his story, and I think he'll tell every part of his story. Diddy's pleaded not guilty to all 3 charges and was denied bail. Sticking with Diddy, apparently, Family Matters star Reginald VelJohnson reacts to claims that he had sex with Sean Diddy Coombs. I don't know that man.
You leave Carl Winslow the fuck alone. You leave the family dad alone.
He says, I don't know that man. He's looking all right.
They're saying that they're saying that because VelJohnson. No, they're saying that because VelJohnson has never married and has never had kids. So clearly he's gay. Like,
he's gay.
Fat.
Gay as fuck.
He's always been fat. He's in Die Hard, man. He's the cop in Die Hard.
Family Matters alum sent Combs 54 his wishes despite the ongoing sex trafficking investigation. Just 4 months before Combs' arrest, a video surfaced of comedian Luce Cannon, alleging that VelJohnson had sex with the singer. Cannon claimed he was at a party thrown by Combs when he heard squealing coming from behind the door in one bedroom. Somebody wearing this bitch out, he said in a clip. Cannon allegedly knocked on the door to find VelJohnson with Combs. I busted the door and looked up, and I see Carl Winslow.
Laura had sex with Urkel Costi. They got together in the end. Yeah.
Who had sex with Steve
Urkel? Urkel got the girl.
Whoever Urkel wants. That's who. Will Ferrell, if the trans community is a threat to you, then it stems not from being confident or safe with yourself.
No, it stems from them being fucking lunatics.
So it's because he has a Netflix documentary called Will and Harper, where he travels across country with Harper Steele, someone who he met on the on SNL back in the 90s, who's come out as transgender. I'm a woman now. Sorry, a bit low. I'm a woman now.
Lower.
Lower.
The Last Showgirl's Pamela Anderson. What the hell's The Last Showgirl? I have to look that up.
Doesn't sound like Stripperella.
God, she's like, I don't know what happened to Pamela Anderson, but it just happened all of a sudden.
The plastic surgery happened.
Just ran out. That's an American drama film. Directed by Gia Coppola. Stars Pamela Anderson, Jamie Lee Curtis, Dave Bautista, Brenda Song, Kieran Shipka, and Billy Lord. Over 30 years, Shelley. Pamela Anderson has been a Las Vegas showgirl. Okay. Okay, so Kieran Shipka plays a Jodie, a showgirl. So. Anyway, Clara Jeffrey, who is the editor-in-chief of Mother Jones, says, creeping Christian nationalism alert. At Alaska Air flight attendant just wished us a blessed night as we landed in SFO. To groans. Other adjectives that would have sufficed. Great, awesome, fabulous, amazing. As my roommate said, this ain't Montgomery, sweetie.
Bless her heart.
Bless her soul.
Respectfully, I'm a pretty left-leaning guy, and I wish folks a blessed day fairly often. It's a matter of respect for the audience before you, respecting their space, norms, and wishes. Dominant cultures always feel they have a right to enforce their norms and intents, and way off Air Alaska's brand. Which airport is TFO?
Yes, the dominant culture has the
SFO?
right to do that. Oh my god, bitch is fucking crazy.
San Francisco Airport. Fucking hell.
Of course.
Like, fuck you. Christina Pashore says, Clara, that's very narrow-minded of you. Are you aware there are other religions beside Christianity and that they have their own versions of blessing people?
Yeah, but blessed is explicitly...
Wishing people a blessed day, night is so common in the black community that I'm willing to bet your flight attendant was a person of color. Nope.
Bullshit.
Fucking Christ. So yeah, if you ever wonder why Mother Jones is a fucking dumpster fire, that's why.
Bunch of godless heathens.
It's run by a fucking Karen. That's why. A fat Karen. Anyway, bosses are firing Gen Z grads just months after hiring them. Here's what they say needs to change.
Fucking based.
No.
Oh, get wrecked.
We won't fight. We'll never know. Let's see. Archive. Dotties. That stupid documentary gets pushed on Netflix harder than anything they've had done before. Oh, just wait, me candy. There's a documentary about Polo from Meghan and Harry, so that'll get pushed really hard.
Ugh.
Don't spiritual people like those chakra weirdos offer blessings for things, sometimes for money? Yeah, you would think she'd be fine with it. Let's see what needs to change. After complaining that Gen Z grads are difficult to work with for the best part of 2 years, bosses are no longer all talk, no action. Now they're rapidly firing young workers who aren't up to scratch just months after hiring them. According to a new report, 6 in 10 employers say they've already sacked some of the Gen Z workers they'd hired fresh out of college earlier this year, probably because they all took a fucking day off to protest. Intelligent.com, a platform dedicated to helping young professionals navigate the future of work, surveyed nearly 1,000 US leaders and found that the class of 2024's shortcomings will impact future grads. Gen Z grads are unprepared and unprofessional. Shocked.
Shocked. Say it's not so.
Not so shocked.
Bosses point to Gen Z being unprofessional, unorganized, and having poor communication skills. That's because they've been spending all their time on fucking social. Not wearing office-appropriate clothing and using Gen Z boss in a mini. Gen Z boss in a mini.
Oh, God.
Oh, God.
Stop.
Now more than half of hiring managers have come to the conclusion that college grads are unprepared for the world of work. You can get rid of this part, and it's still accurate. Unprepared for the world. Meanwhile, over 20% say they can't handle the workload. Really?
Really?
In reality, colleges know that their students are wholly unprepared for the workforce, and some have started stepping up to fill the gaps. Michigan State University is teaching students how to handle networking conversation, including how to look for signs that the other party is starting to get bored. Is Gen Z just entirely autistic?
Yes.
Like, what the fuck?
Yes.
Meanwhile, a high school in London is trialing a 12-hour school day to prepare pupils for adult life. We're going to have to fucking do that.
I could swear that's what happens in Japan anyway, or something like that. Like, there are places, I think there's places around the world that have 12-hour school
Want to be more hireable, attitude is everything. When asked what would make college graduates more hireable, bosses responded, a positive attitude and more initiative. Yeah, work for free. That's what initiative translates to. Initiative is a synonym for work for free.
Yep.
Take the initiative to ask thoughtful questions, seek feedback, and apply it. Apply it to show your motivation for personal growth. Build a reputation for dependability by maintaining a positive attitude, meeting deadlines, and volunteering for projects, even those outside your immediate responsibilities.
Oh, God. Life is hard.
Amazon CEO Andy Jassy recently echoed that an embarrassing amount of your success in your 20s depends on your attitude. The reason why is simple. Managers would rather work with positive people. Yeah, there's a lot to be said for that.
Yeah.
Billionaire Richard Branson has urged young people to ditch university in favour of the School of Life. I didn't go to university and I make six figures, so granted I have postgraduate degree, like postgraduate training, but still.
You have the degree, you just didn't.
Yeah,
I think I make American six figures. Like, hang on, let me just do the conversion.
I know I don't make American six figures. I make Australian, but not American. So I'm on the cusp.
Don't look at me. I'm just a poor.
I'm becoming a poor.
Yeah, I make just over. I make American six figures. So
yeah. Meanwhile, I had to
not
go to
from
uni.
this, obviously.
No, but I had to go to uni to get.
I make American three figures with decimal place. Anyway, from climate change to Islamic jihad, at least we don't have to hear about how dare you, the world is destroyed.
Show me what the people looks like. Show me what power looks like. Show me what democracy looks like. Show me what democracy looks like. Show me what the people look like. Show me what power looks like.
It's nice that they got a tea towel in small.
Yeah.
Bought it from Coles or something. Tesco, probably.
Tesco, yeah. Squatters have taken over nearly a 10,000 square, $6.5 million mansion in the Hollywood Hills. According to the squatters, they are attacking locals and spreading their. According to locals, the squatters are attacking locals and spreading their artwork to other properties. Now the mansion is completely covered. Every time we call the police will come by, they'll clear it out, and then within an hour or two, 5 more people are there staying the night. One owner said the area was attacked with a steel. A homeowner in the area was attacked with a steel rebar and a beer bottle. Squatters started taking over the home a couple of years ago, and the problem is only getting worse. Police told us their hands are tied because it's still owned by the homeowner, so it's stuck in limbo land.
Well, now there's a Taggart mansion happening. Well, everybody knows about Taggart Towers in downtown. Well, now there's a Taggart mansion happening out here in the Hollywood Hills. You can see it right there in the center of the screen. That's right at the corner of Mulholland and Multiview. Now, this one is a little bit different than the problem that they've been having in the downtown area because actually neighbors have been threatened by squatters that have been here as well. This home is definitely completely covered in graffiti, and a lot of this graffiti is known by a lot of the folks that live in the downtown area. These artists are the same people that are basically tagged Taggart Towers earlier on. But the neighbors, apparently, they have been threatened and have been confronted by armed folks that have been staying here at this home. LAPD definitely has been called here multiple times. They have escorted folks out of this building, but neighbors saying they've returned pretty quickly, like within a couple of hours. So what's going on right now? Well, the council member from this area has been notified. She's basically saying that, well, this is the problem of the property owner. That property owner actually has another home that's in the Hollywood Hills that also has a squatter issue as well. This is an ongoing problem right now. It's kind of open-ended.
Lol. That's fucking hilarious. Yes, squatting laws need to be abolished. California firefighter arrested for allegedly starting 5 wildfires. So he started 5 separate wildfires in the last 6 weeks. Keeping himself in work, I guess. Chicago gangbangers rage against newly armed Venezuelan migrants as Tren de Agua moves in. City is going to go up in flames. After serving 20 years in state prison for murder, former gangbanger Tyrone Muhammad never expected to return to the city's tough south side, find Venezuelan migrants and the criminal Tren de Agua gang moving in. But Muhammad, 53, who's gone straight and runs street patrol and violence prevention program called Ex-Cons for Community and Social Change, says Venezuelan criminal gangs flooding shelters and taking over apartment buildings are the last straw for the struggling African-American community, he says. They're furious at seeing government money going to what they call non-citizens. Well, there's a solution for that, my friend. You gotta vote. Oh no, he can't. Oh no. Oh no, he can't vote. Never mind.
Felon.
I saw people responding to this as if it was real, and I thought I have to read it. So Apostate Prophet says, I was harassed and mistreated in a very racist way when I was leaving Israel at the Ben Gurion airport just because I am not a Jewish Israeli. I was told to go to a separate line for a more intense search of my bags just because I am different. I had to stand in line for a long time because I am different, while others were free to go through quick security lines and board their flights. As I was waiting in this racist Zionist line, I noticed that a lot of Israelis were also in the same line that I was in. They too, like me, were separated. Many of them were wearing kippahs, tzitzi, and all the Jewish attire. Some of them were clearly Hasidic Jews with their distinct black attire. I looked around further and saw that most of those waiting in front of me were also Jewish Israeli Jews. In fact, I turned around and started chatting with a couple behind me who did not seem religious and had a strong Israeli accent. They explained to me that the security put people in this line whose carry-on luggage seems too bulky, who have a bunch of carry-on luggage and no-check bags, but etc. Both of those things were true for me, and also for the couples I talked to. Of course, I didn't believe them. They were clearly agents planted by the Zionists to make me believe I'm not facing discrimination. Why would I believe the most obvious explanation? Am I stupid? Of course not.
Sure.
As my turn came, a Jewish man in front of me smiled at me briefly. This was another hint that the religious Jews were all put in this line to give me the impression that everything is okay. The security officer searched me and was friendly and humorous. This was obviously a racist Zionist plot to deceive me, and is further proof that they were discriminating against me because I'm not an Israeli Jew. You see how sinister the Zionists are. Anyway, I got through without complications and boarded the plane in time, where I made encounters with very friendly Hasidic Jews who were part of the Zionist plot. I will never forget this discriminatory, racist Zionist apartheid treatment that I went through. I will be traumatized forever. Free PlayStation. Sorry, I guess you had to be there. Apparently the new president of Sri Lanka is a Marxist-Leninist.
Unsurprising.
Yeah.
I thought Pakistan was already a socialist country.
That's Sri Lanka, not Pakistan.
Well, the fucking same.
Sri Lanka.
Well, literally now.
Well, the Tamils were communists, so
yeah,
makes sense. They've been reintegrated into society. That's what you get. China spent millions on this new trade route. Then a war got in the way. What war is it? Oh, it's just the war in Myanmar. So, anyway, it's a corridor to Myanmar, but now they have a civil war there. So, Netflix's One Piece season 2 adds Lyra Abova as Nico Robin. From memory, this was good, right?
Depending.
The Netflix One Piece, the live action.
Oh, sorry, I haven't watched it. But I've heard that people liked it.
Kind of weeb are you? The worst kind of weeb doesn't watch the adaptations.
No,
Okay, I don't know if that's a good thing. One of you guys posted it, so I figured it was you, and you'd have to explain it.
No, usually it's Ryu who posts this kind of shit. Okay. I don't post a lot of weeb stuff in the Discord.
I don't know who Nico Robin is.
Yes, one of the main characters. Big busty female. Big busty female.
Oh, okay. So who
one of the main characters of the show. She's the I don't know what this story is about. Like, are they just complaining about the cast? I don't know. But people like, as a general rule, live action adaptations of anime suck. As a rule, like obviously anime sucks. Cope and Sneed, but live action even more so. But the One Piece live action is an exception by the sounds of it. So, Katie Seagal, you must be fucking kidding. No, fuck off.
Dr. Kuhera.
Correct. I know. Yeah, I know who these characters are. I follow One Piece. I just haven't watched the live action. Either way, okay. This must just be a casting announcement.
Yeah.
Okay. Cool. Okay. So they're not complaining about it. And yes, she's one of the main characters. Yes.
But it doesn't say who.
And Lara Abova.
Oh, Lara Abova. God, I'm retarded.
I don't know who that
Fucking
is.
hell. I don't know who that is. She's got big tits. If that's the fucking.
Yeah, she better.
Abova.
She bloody well better.
Let's have a look at her Instagram, shall we? You can always spot boobs on Instagram. She's not accentuating them. That means there might have been.
This is a fail.
The ones that have them.
This is an immediate fail. Like she's got the. So Robin is a tall, leggy, dark-haired, light-skinned lady with big titties, and she's missing the titties. There's the GIF. There's Robin. The GIF on the side. That's Robin.
Oh, was it?
Yeah, go back up in that one. That one. The animated. Yeah, that GIF. That's Robin. That's the character she's supposed to be playing. Yeah. Obviously, you can't get the proportion. One Piece is drawn in very exaggerated proportions, but Robin is a very leggy, tall.
That's their excuse to not bother.
Yeah, pretty much. Yes, and I'm not a fan.
Why are they not casting an Asian woman?
She's not Asian.
This is racist.
Robin's not Asian.
Everybody in One Piece is Asian.
Nah.
It's drawn by Asians, therefore everybody's Asian.
That's a fair point.
Anyway, a violent mob has attacked a Philadelphia police officer in his cruiser last night, rampaging with total impunity.
Meep. Ghost ride the whip. Oh no, I'm thinking of something different. I thought someone was just driving through the street. No, they're just... Okay, ghost riding the cop car. Yeah, just jumping on the cop car. Why not? Just. I was looking at the white car that turned around.
Fucking lawlessness.
Just shoot those people.
It's funny. The 80s was like, oh, the future's going to be like lawless and like it's going to be dystopia. And I'm like, we got to the 90s and then the noughties, and I was like, no, that's nothing to worry about. Like there's all this fucking dystopia coming, and they waited till the 20s.
Yeah.
Like. But yes, boy abducted from California in 1951 at age 6, found alive on East Coast more than 70 years later.
Fucking hell.
Luis Amano Albino was 6 years old in 1951 when he was abducted while playing at an Oakland, California park. Now, more than 7 decades later, Albino has been found thanks to help from an online ancestry test, old photos, and newspaper clippings. Bay Area News Group reported that on Friday that Albino's niece in Oakland, with assistance from the police, the FBI, and the Justice Department, located her uncle living on the East Coast. Can you imagine that? Like an uncle you never met, who you were told disappeared when he was 6 years old. Like it'd have to be a great uncle. He's just, pops up on the other side of the country, 70 years old, and you're like, what the fuck? A woman lured the 6-year-old from the West Oakland Park, where he had been playing with his older brother, and promised the Puerto Rican boy in Spanish that she would buy him candy. This is why you never accept candy from strangers. And said the woman kidnapped the child, flying him to the East Coast, where he ended up with a couple who raised him as if he were their own son. officials and family members. See, this is stuff you could get away with back then because it's like, oh, well, documentation or stuff. Oh, God damn it. Meat Kid. He says he wasn't abducted. He just left home because he was tired of kids making fun of his last name.
Oof.
Oh. Yes, Stranger Candy does taste sweeter. But it's the chemicals the strangers put in them. For more than 70 years, Albino remained missing, but he was always in the hearts of his family, and his photos hung on relatives' houses. His niece said his mother died in 2005, but never gave up hope that her son was alive. Jeez. Local police acknowledged that Aliquin's efforts played an integral role in finding her uncle, and that the outcome of this story is what we strive for. She must have done an ancestry test, and it's popped up as an uncle. And she's like, what the fuck?
An uncle?
An uncle in like the other side of the fucking country. Began searching again. Jesus. And I guess that's awesome. I guess it would have been better if it was, before the mum died.
Yeah. Can't win them all.
Scarred by violence, lawmakers plan for possible mass casualty event.
Fed's at it again.
Let's skip this one.
Damn feds.
Nothing to see here, folks. My handler is telling me to skip this story, so we'll just jump past that one.
You got the notification on his
The
Signal
notification. Skip it. Officer Thermo, skip it. 40% of women believe they'll. Let's just remember that article for when there is something that happens. Wink, wink. 40% of women believe they'll be disadvantaged at work for menopause. New study reveals. Why? Why do they believe they'll be it'll mean that they're more productive. They get, every week instead of 3 weeks. Anyway. Woman 63 apologized to man she had treated as her sex toy when he was a teenager in the 1990s, prompting him to report her 30 years later, and now she's been convicted. No good deed goes unpunished.
Wow.
Andrea Davey, now 63, had sex with the boy and engaged in sexual activity on a third occasion during the 1990s. She reported to police after she sought out her victim 30 years later to apologize. She told the victim she wished to redeem herself. Bradford Crown Court heard how the victim, who is now an adult, suffered flashbacks as he did not think that the abuse he had suffered was real. Prosecutor claimed he gaslit himself that it was fake. And she fucking rocks up and is like, look, I'm sorry I molested you those times. And yeah. He's like, what the fuck? It actually happened. Damn, that guy's life's destroyed. Or fixed maybe? I don't know. Fucking hell. That's something tough to fucking recover from.
Destroyed, but can be fixed.
Yeah. Yeah, never apologize for everything. Ocean Defender says, initial reports that the United States naval ship Bighorn, the only replenishment oiler with the United States Navy currently deployed to the Middle East, has run aground off the coast of Oman in the Arabian Sea and suffered possibly serious damage.
I wish people would stop capitalizing every second word. It's confusing and it makes it look fucking fake. Serious damage, SD, replenishment oiler, capital R, O,
it's
deployed
odd.
D. Fucking stop.
Yeah, it's so difficult.
It's triggering
tough
Tim's
to read.
autism.
Partly, but
it does make it harder to read.
But when
it does.
It's easy to read, but it just sends a signal. Hey, this looks like it's fucking fake. It's like the boomers on Facebook and everything who just type in all caps, or the retards who
Chipper.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, Chipper.
Type your fucking letter grammar.
Yeah, learned
grammar.
title case, bitch.
Yeah, title case. That's what I'm thinking of. Stop capitalizing everything.
Just in, Caroline Ellison has been sentenced to 2 years in prison for her role in the
Costy,
in
I know you
FTX.
like this one. I know she was your girl.
Poor Costy. You'll have to wait 2 years.
Wait 2 years for the goblin.
Judge approves auction liquidating Alex Jones InfoWars to help pay Sandy Hook families. Somebody buy it for $1 billion and then give it back to Alex.
They'll just put it back on the market.
Coming for you, RC.
Yeah. I'll just let it happen.
Yeah. Schmooze is also a fan of Caroline. Should be looking for a throuple at the in 2 years. So, war with Russia closer to end than we think. Zelensky. So I think we are closer to peace than we think. He told the broadcast ABC News. So I think this was after he met with Trump. Meanwhile, Russia revisits nuclear doctrine to allow attacks on non-nuclear states in response to Western weapons to Ukraine. Escalation! Oh! Elon parody account said he should buy InfoWars and hire Alex Jones to run it. Yeah, somebody should do that. Somebody should bid for InfoWars, like someone like Elon. But I guarantee it's going to be some fucking lefty lunatic.
It'll be Mark Cuban.
Yeah, it'll be Mark Cuban or something fucking stupid.
Yeah.
China-linked hackers breached the US internet providers in new Salt Typhoon cyber attack. They broke into a handful of internet service providers in pursuit of sensitive information. I guess they didn't find any. Otherwise, we'd be told about it. I guess. There is a severe flaw in Linux, all Linux systems. No one who works in IT will be surprised to know that it's to do with the print spooler. It's to do with cups, which is the print spooler in Linux. So yes, nobody should be surprised. Apparently, the hole is gaping. And yeah, it's quite easy to. It's a remote control exploit, so yeah, it's pretty serious. But you'd have to be a moron to have the port that is required exposed to the internet, so it's not as bad as everybody thought. So, admin account blamed for rail terror message hack. Mick Kenny says George Soros bought 220 rail stations to the FCC fast track to get done by the election date. Yeah, we covered that earlier. These were the stations that he didn't buy them. He orchestrated. He's doing a bailout of the underlying company that was going bankrupt, and it will see him have 40% of the shares in the company that owns the radio stations. And it started back in April. So, in fact, I'm pretty sure I heard about it way before then, because there were a lot of Spanish language stations that were involved. So, a hack which resulted in people accessing Wi-Fi at 19 UK railway stations being shown a message about terror attacks has been linked to the account of an insider and an internet provider. The message was displayed on people's devices when they logged in a Network Rail's Wi-Fi system. It's run by a third party, Telnet, with the actual internet service provided by another company, Global Reach. So this is what they saw. We love you, Europe. The Islamization of Europe is already happening, and it gets worse each day. Just below a small taste of what's coming. Manchester Arena bombing, yada yada. So it's an anti-Islam message that everybody got when they logged in.
Neat.
Lexi Bowden says, "Is the tide finally turning? It seems Rowling has pushed her hate too far." And Pagliacci, the hated, says Lexi was just sentenced up to 6 years in prison for rape.
God. Oh my God.
So, and yes, it's a transgender male, of course.
They just can't help themselves.
So here's Andy Nose reporting. So there's Lexi there.
That's a dude.
Yes, of course that's a fucking dude. Oh God. 6.5 years for raping a woman in Swindon, England, in 2021. Through the Swindon Court Crown. Shout out to Sargon, who's in Swindon. Mm-hmm. The judge and lawyers referred to rapist as Ms. Secker, and she, the female victim, read an impact statement and called her rapist Alex. Ooh, she misgendered her rapist. She's going to jail. She's going to go to the woman's jail alongside her rapist. So yeah.
Then get raped once again.
Do. Another one bites the dust. At least it's a custodial sentence. It'll be a women's prison, so so he'll be in hog heaven.
Yeah.
DHS Inspector General detailing the amount of Fed involvement in the events of January 6th won't be out until after the election.
Oh, that's
Apparently
convenient.
these reports take 4 years to compile.
Attorney General Merrick Garland about the federal assets, such as confidential human sources that were present on January 6th at the Capitol. And they have continuously stonewalled me. We've got no answers whatsoever about this from them. Now, you announced that you were going to do a review of the DOJ response and preparation, mainly preparation, I think, for January 6th. When did you start that review? When did you announce that review?
We announced it in 2021, but we ended up pausing it because of the ongoing criminal cases consistent with how we perform our work. We reinitiated it last year, and I'm in the process of reviewing a draft of the report.
So 3.5 years ago, it was announced that you'd be doing this review, and we still don't have the review, do we?
No, as I said, the reason is we paused the review because of the ongoing criminal work that would, consistent with our practice, we don't interfere with ongoing criminal investigations.
Okay, so the Inspector General is not releasing a report into January 6th until after the election because there are still January 6th trials still ongoing. Because of course they are.
Mm-hmm.
Sweeping bill to overhaul Supreme Court would add 6 justices.
Why would you do this?
Because they wanted to. Because for the first time in 40 years, the court is conservative, as a conservative majority, and they can't they can't handle that for 5 fucking minutes. Like, such a fucking. Sweeping bill introduced by Democratic Senator Wednesday would greatly increase the size of the court, making it hard for justices to overturn laws, require justices to undergo audits, and remove roadblocks for high court nominations. Legislation proposed by Senator Ron Wyden, Democrat of Oregon, is one of the most ambitious proposals to remake the High Court that has suffered a sharp decline in its public approval after a string of contentious decisions and ethics scandals. If the presidency ends up going to the Supreme Court for a decision, the Democrats are fucked. Like,
turbo fucked.
Because if you think SCOTUS isn't looking at this shit and going, well, I know who I'm voting for.
Yeah.
Wyden, who chairs Senate Finance, said the goal of the bill is to restore public confidence in a battered institution. Dude, the reason the institution is suffering a lack of public confidence is because of you pricks.
Yeah,
you pricks have fucking something.
You've been smearing the names of the fucking Supreme Court Justice.
Yeah. It's not an atomic secret that the process for selecting justices is politicized. Yeah, well, maybe you shouldn't have fucking used the nuclear option for federal justices, because then the Republicans wouldn't have had a reason to use the nuclear option for their justices, and round and round we go.
Yeah.
Like you were all warned. The bill's most significant measure would increase the number of justices from 9 to 15 over the course of 12 years. The staggered format over 2 or 3 administrations is aimed at diminishing the chance that one political party would pack the courts with its nominees. During the rollout, each president would approve justices in the first and third year of their terms. How? You know what would be fucking funny? They do this, Trump gets elected. And then another Republican gets elected 2 years around. And the court just becomes an insane conservative majority. Like
they can't fix it.
The ultimate punishment would be that this backfires and they end up with an even bigger conservative majority. Like they ram this through and then something happens and they end up with a fucking Supreme Court that's full of conservatives. But this is dead on arrival. This ain't happening.
Oh, of course not.
Over in Fort Bend, KP George indicted by grand jury for using fake Facebook page. This is Bend County Judge KP George. He's accused of using a fake Facebook profile called Antonio Scallywag to make fake posts on a friend of his or former campaign staffer's profile, making racist remarks, writing racist comments under another candidate's Facebook page, so that the candidate can turn around and go, look at all this hatred I'm getting on Facebook from Trump supporters, yada yada. So yes, the guy Taral Patel, he's facing similar accusations, and it turns out he and this judge were working together. So the judge is now in trouble as well.
Yep.
So I have a couple of good news stories to end the show with, and then I have a song at the end. I guess an outro song. My daughter would have been dead by now when a monkey attack in UP foiled a man's bid to rape a 6-year-old girl. A troop of monkeys purportedly intervened to save a 6-year-old girl, a UKG student, from attempted rape in Bagpat. Following her parents' complaint, the unidentified accused was charged under the POCSO Act and is on the run, police said on Sunday. The girl's parents claimed the man had lured their child to an abandoned house on Saturday, where he took off her clothes and was attempting to sexually assault her when a few monkeys aggressively rushed towards him, forcing him to leave the minor and flee. After reaching home, the traumatized girl narrated her ordeal to family and informed them how the monkeys saved her from the accused. That based monkeys.
Yeah, based monkeys.
Based monkeys. Based monkeys stopping the street shitters from raping girls. So good job.
Monkey is not a slur.
Monkey's not a slur, no. Oh, it's been deleted. Because the other good news story was an angry crowd in Brazil invades a police station.
That.
Grabs, beats, and burns alive a rapist of a 1 year and 7-month-old baby. He confessed to kidnapping, raping, and killing the boy, throwing his body in the river. What do you think? I think the world is a better place because that piece of shit is dead.
Yeah.
Heated crowd in Brazil. Oh, that's a great pun. I get it. Heated crowd in Brazil invades police station and burns child rapist alive. Oh no!
Yeah, he was beat. For those who didn't see it, the video showed him already on the ground, had the shit kicked out of him, and they just doused him in fucking petrol.
Oh, so that's a picture of him on fire.
Yes.
That makes the heated crowd even funnier.
Hey! Yes.
Heated crowd burns alive child rapist.
Yeah, he was on the ground.
I told you they were good news stories.
Yeah, it was good news. Felt very warm inside.
Yeah. So that's it, chat. Just a quick episode this week. Just a nice little tight 4 hours.
Nice. Nicely done.
So
nicely done.
So yes, thank you as always for watching and supporting the show. You want to support the show, you know where to go by this point. Head on over to the pre-stream. Support the show. Don't forget to like and subscribe so that the subscribe button lights up, even though of the 8 people watching, all 8 are subscribers. Because he says, I like quick ones. Oh,
you like the quickie.
Sorry, man. I know that not always.
Everyone likes a quickie.
Everyone likes a quickie. But yes, so in return for your watching here, listen to this lovely song.
From the wackos on the left to the magas on the right, they know I'm beating Kamala. This race won't even be tied. Her policies are nuts, oh, she's out her goddamn mind. She just repeats the same thing, regurgitating her lines. She thinks that immigration without...
I'm going to have to mute this, I guarantee.
You'll get copyrighted for the How Bizarre.
Borders are.
It's what you are. Borders are. I'll download it and increase the volume.
If that don't sound like fun to you, then you better help me win. I promise I'll secure you. You'll be in better hands. It'd be a flippin' free-for-all with what Kamala plans. Borders are. It's what you are. Borders are. Borders are. Laugh it up, Kamala. This lady. She's cackling crazy.
She's cackling crazy. It's criminal that this is only a minute long.
Every time I look around.
So yes, me Kenny says I unsubbed. God damn it! You have a membership. I don't think you can actually unsub. Anyway, well, I'll be back next week as always. Have a great week, everyone. Actually, I think it might be a different time. It'll be the same time for me, but it'll be a different time for everyone else. So,
fuck.
So check the fucking check time.theprestream.com and it'll tell you what time we'll be on. So it might be an hour in each direction. There's daylight savings and I can't remember. Anyway, have a great week, everyone. Bye.
Bye.